afternoon, everybody. Happy belated Thanksgiving. The meeting of the Academic and Student Affairs Committee for December 3rd, 2025 will now come to order at
12:05 p.m.
This meeting was called for the purposes listed on the duly posted meeting notice. The other committee members are trustees and chair Dr. Adriana Tamez, Dr. Cynthia Lettengary, and alternate trustee Renee Patterson. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizens form 24 hours prior to the meeting and filed said application with the Board Services Office. There are no citizens signed up to speak before the Academic and Student Affairs Committee today. We will begin with item A, proposed new award and deactivations. This is a report item. No action is required. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the board. This item is a discussion item to present new awards and programs for prospective approval and to also inform the board of program and award deactivations. These programs that are being presented as new awards are really critically important for the board to consider, as the approval in December is going to be very important as we then prepare to offer the programs in the fall of next year. And so we would like to, of course, with your permission, Mr. Chair, ask Dr. Norma Perez and Dr. Miguel Ramos to come forward, the Senior Vice Chancellor and the Vice Chancellor, both of instruction, to come forward and provide an overview and respond to questions.
Thank you, Chancellor. As we do every December, this is the presentations that we provide to you, the awards that we want to propose that are new, and it's also the awards we want to deactivate. So without further ado, I'm going to ask Dr. Ramos to make that presentation.
Dr. Ramos. Thank you, Dr. Cruz. Good afternoon, Chancellor and trustees, Mr. Interim Chair, at least for now. So I'm going to go ahead and walk through the presentation, and I think the structure of this will be the presentation of the new awards, a presentation on the deactivations, and I believe then the vote on Block A, which is going to be the biotech, and then Block B, which will be the aviation. I believe that's the structure. So obviously, when we're developing new awards, one of the things that's very, very important to us is understanding where there's a market. We don't want to create awards where there's no opportunities for students. And this year, we have identified two general areas that we think are going to be very fruitful, both in the immediate future and moving forward, in terms of providing new opportunities for our students. First family of awards that we're going to present today is the Biotechnology Laboratory Sciences Award. So this will be the creation of three new awards: the AAS in Biotechnology Laboratory Sciences, the Biotechnology Laboratory Sciences Level 2 Certificate, and the Biotechnology Laboratory Science Level 1 Certificate. So we currently already have a biotechnology ATC. And what that is designed to do is an advanced technical certificate. It is designed for people that already have a bachelor's degree and are trying to upskill. So what we want to do is provide a wide range of options for students that want to enter into the biotechnology market here in Houston. We know from the Greater Houston Partnership that there are over 1,100 organizations and companies in the town that focus on biotech, biological sciences, biological technicians. That's a really big opportunity. We already know that there are several institutions in the area that have biotechnology degrees, and we want to be part of that family. As you see there, the projected average job openings until 2032 is 272. We tend to be conservative in our estimates when we're trying to develop the projections for these degrees, but we also are cognizant of not wanting to oversaturate the market. For example, University of Houston has a very mature biological technology Bachelor of Science. They graduate an average of 75 students per year, so they have quite a significant foothold in the area. The other element of our projections when we think about how we want to roll this out is that biological technology or biotechnology as well as aviation both are very capital intensive at the beginning. So we have a lot of startup costs up front, and I'll get into that in more detail in a few minutes. So that's why you often see in the budget summaries that the 5-year expenditures can exceed the revenues in the 5 years, but that's because in the first year there's quite a significant amount of startup in terms of construction, equipment, these sorts of things. The second family of awards that we are proposing is the Aviation Maintenance Technology. Airframe AAS, Airframe Maintenance Technology General, which is actually part of the Airframe AAS, and then the Aviation Maintenance Technology Power Plant. So these awards are designed to prepare students for certification with the FAA. They will ultimately take a certification exam that allows them to become part of the industry. We feel particularly enthusiastic about this degree because currently there are no other community colleges in the region that offer an aviation maintenance technology degree. Most of the opportunities for students in the region come from private institutions that range in costs for the total degree between $35,000 all the way up to $50,000. So HCC has an opportunity here to prevent a very cost-effective way for students to enter that market. The initial rollout will be at Kempner High School out in Stafford. They have a facility that we will partner with them to deliver this degree. Their dual credit students will enter into the general C1. Then that will stack its way into the airframe AAS, which will be taught at night. So we'll be able to teach the high school students during the day, and as they complete their C1s, they will transfer into the AAS at night. They already have facilities that are appropriate for the degree, so the startup cost, while it's not small, it's much less than it would be if we had to start from scratch. And obviously, as we engender additional market and we get students enthusiastic about this, we'll be looking for opportunities to expand elsewhere around the city. So this is kind of a proof of concept starting forward. The second degree is the power plant. Like the aviation maintenance technology general, this is designed to help students take the aircraft power plant maintenance technology certification with the FAA, which gets them the jobs in the industry. So we know from the projected annual job revenues or job openings that we have, 312 per year projected by the Texas Workforce Commission. So there's quite an opportunity here for our students, and these are very high-paying jobs starting off the bat. The one comment I'll make about the budget summary here, we have quite a significant 5-year expenditure over revenue, but to put that in context, we actually have an FAA grant that provides $774,000 of startup funding. In addition, we already have commitments, or actually not even commitments, we have 2 planes that have been donated in anticipation of potentially starting this degree, and the value of those airplanes is $73,000. So we have quite a bit of money up front in terms of building out equipment, building construction. Once again, I said I would return to the conservative estimate that we have in these degrees. Part of the reason for that is that, once upon a time I was a high school history teacher. I can teach history anywhere, inside, outside. Give me a chalkboard or a dry erase board, I can teach it. These are very capital and equipment intensive. You can't teach biotechnology just anywhere. It requires a particular lab space with particular specialized equipment. Aviation more so. They require engines, they require turbines, they require frames of airplanes, and the FAA actually is quite restrictive in the number of students that are allowed in a particular space with a particular instructor. We want to make sure we have that established first before we start expanding greater than that, but we are confident that there is a market for additional expansion once we kind of have the proof of concept initially. In terms of deactivations, we've got 4 families of deactivations that are scheduled for fall of 2026. I'll go over them briefly first and then kind of give the commonality between the 4, which I think will explain some of the rationale. So in electrical technology, we'll be deactivating the residential and commercial C1 degrees. In fashion design, we'll be deactivating commercial sample maker, fashion design, men's tailoring and alterations, and pattern making C1. So these are level 1 certificates. In nursing, we'll be deactivating licensed vocational nursing C1, and in logistics, we'll actually be deactivating the specialization for maritime transportation logistics at the associate's degree level. In each of these cases, the rationale for deactivation has to do with increasing efficiencies and reducing the amount of confusion sometimes for students in enrollment, particularly in fashion design. When we have conversations with the program coordinator who made the presentation in the councils about why they're deactivating, the enrollment in these programs is very, very low, and they believe that part of it is cannibalization. They're so specialized. Most of the students are aiming for the more general degrees in that field. So what they want to do is consolidate into the 1C level degree in there as well as the AAS, which already has a good feeder into the market in the area. And they may think about restructuring some of the awards to figure out if there's a market for the skills that are in that area. But they really want to have that more general knowledge for their students because that seems to be where they're headed. That's where they want to be, and that's what industry's looking for. So they want to eliminate that option. For electrical technology, residential C1 and commercial C1, what the PC, or the program coordinator in the area, has told us in conversations with industry is that this sort of pigeonholes students into either residential or commercial, and they think that it is much more efficient to have a single degree that incorporates both sources of knowledge. It gives students greater options when they're going out into the field instead of only being interested in commercial or only being in residential. So they're not getting rid of the content, they're consolidating it to give students better options when they go into the job market. For licensed vocational nursing, this is more of a transformation. So from a technical standpoint, when we create a degree, say converting a level 1 to a level 2, which is what's happening here, we have to deactivate the level 1 because it will no longer be offered. So from a SACS perspective, we have to get rid of it. And so that is what's happening here. What the dean in the nursing school has done is they've increased the rigor to match more of the NCLEX tests. They want to make sure the students that are coming out of this program are highly prepared for NCLEX to maintain and increase our pass rates on the NCLEX for the vocational students. So they will be getting rid of the C1, but the content of the C1 is going to be added into the C2, which will incorporate more of the types of content that they need to pass the NCLEX. And finally, for logistics, the maritime transportation logistics specialization, that's another one where the program coordinators and the faculty and in the industry in that area believe that students have a better value getting more of the general degrees, the logistics degrees. They already have the option at the AAS level to have a couple of courses in maritime. And from their conversations with industry folks, they're saying that it would be more valuable for them to have a general logistics degree where they can have options of maritime specializations within the degree rather than having an entire degree that is maritime specialization. So they feel that it's more of a distraction to have it there. They'd rather focus on the certificate, which already feeds into the AAS. And so those are the summaries of the deactivations and the new awards. I'm happy to take any questions at this time.
Trustees, any questions?
May I just add that I think this is an important discussion that should take place with the entire board. The way it's handled now, it goes through committee and then it goes to a consent agenda. So there's no real opportunity to discuss it as a board. We used to discuss things like this as a board all the time. And I just think that's a really important step that's missing in terms of creating entire new programs especially, and deactivating programs. So, thank you.
Yeah, I understand precisely what you're saying. Madam Trustee, and we certainly want to respond. Given the competition that we're currently having now with respect to our neighboring institutions as well as those that are outside of the state, these programs obviously are not only critically important for the workforce, but they are also very important as students then are able to get livable wages in the jobs. And within our area, this certainly provides that opportunity for our residents who are seeking those opportunities to upskill. So what we would ask, given the timing of this and in recognition of what you're saying and appreciation as well, what we'd like to do is to certainly do that for all programs that we bring forward, is to make sure that that conversation does take place, because we recognize your role in making sure that what we're going to offer is something that you're well familiar with and that it will serve the residents of our community. So then, given that, what we'd like to do is to propose with thoughtful consideration is that given the fact that there is such competition for these programs in particular, if we would have your support to move forward with this and then to come back on a regular basis, perhaps at each meeting or whatever you would prefer, in order to provide an upgrade as we proceed with the development of the programs, the development of the curricula, and then the approval for implementation.
I have no vote on this committee, so whatever they choose to go forward, and it'll be on the consent agenda. But I was just making an observation just for the future.
Yep.
Thank you.
And I just want to comment on that. Now, because we are the Academic and Student Affairs Committee, I think that it is our responsibility to make the decision on behalf of the board, because that's why we have these committees. And if we're going to get to a point where there is going to be a discussion where, every board member needs to take part in this decision-making process, then I think we're getting to a point where there's no need for these small committees. And we just should operate as the committees of the whole. But if we've been chosen to be a part of this committee, then I think it's only right for us to make the decision, and then it goes to the board like we've been doing. I just want to make that comment.
Thanks, trustees. I do have a few questions. And first, I want to Thank y'all for responding very thoroughly to the TI that I sent in. That's very helpful. I'm glad that I was able to get about 20 minutes before this to review it, and I'll ask targeted questions that you already haven't addressed through that process. First, I want to say I'm very supportive of these programs in principle. Like the economic need, the industry need is clearly there. It's weird, frankly, that there's not an aviation maintenance and tech program in the Houston area already. And then with Eli Lilly moving in, exciting news as they continue to progress their journey to set up shop in Northwest Houston or Northeast Houston. That not only do we need to provide the many pipelines to provide workforce for them, but this ecosystem that will hopefully bloom around them coming into Houston. So very, very clear need for those programs. My concern is around the way that we've kind of structured our thinking. And it makes me think back to the anesthesia tech AAS that we stood up last year, that we framed it at a very static enrollment level. And with enrollment sitting at 25 to 35 for that 5-year period, without the board having visibility to when these programs hit their enrollment cap, hopefully same thing as anesthesiology tech, where the first time they're offered, they hit the cap. Now we're thinking through, well, what is it going to take for us to expand? And that expansion discussion just enters the general realm of all the different things that we're dealing with. One trustee's opinion, I would feel much more comfortable having both the conservative view, which you provided, but also the upside case of, let's assume success, given the clear economic need for these programs, and have a plan for how aggressively can we grow to some kind of ideal slice of market need. And again, I'm not an economist, so just spitballing, like you have, for both of these jobs, roughly, 270 annual openings. I think that will grow, especially in the biotech case. But 30, 50% of total market demand feels right, given the magnitude of these programs to the Houston economy. And start talking about what are the capital outlays and the faculty hiring that would be required to support that growth case, so that the board has visibility to that. So when ultimately the but the funding request comes in the budget cycle, we're already briefed and bought in because we've made that strategic decision to go all in aviation or go all in biotech. And so that's what I'm missing here. And I appreciate, Dr. Ford-Fisher, your point about there's clear and pressing need for us to move forward with these awards, because there is competition from other institutions, both in-state and out-of-state, and there's a clear need for it. But I'm also worried that if we don't kind of put a marker down today, that the drive to understand what it'll take for us to scale these programs up will get lost in the shuffle of all the other priorities that we're dealing with on a day-to-day basis. So I just want to get a sense from y'all about, what would it take, what would the timeline look like for us to get a view? Because I would want to have this before we really dive into the bowels of the budgeting process, right? Because we'll get there pretty quickly. But what it'll take for us to get a view of what that scale-up program really looks like for both of these awards pathways. Because I do want to have a view is I think we as a board will make a commitment to move forward on these awards. But when we make that commitment, will it come with, a $5 million capital investment in a biotech expansion at Coleman College 3 years in the future? We just need to all be aware of that and buy in now versus feeling surprised about that in 2 years,
Yeah, of course. I think that's a really good point. One of the sets of figures that we sent back to you makes some assumptions about what if we had a retention rate of 75, 80, and 85%, as well as a completion rate that goes up from where we had it, I think, at 24% all the way up to 35 and 45%. I forget what the exact number was. So we are conservative on purpose because we don't want to overpromise. And as I indicated before, some of these facilities they're very specific, right? We can't teach biotech in like 12 different classrooms. We can't teach. Aviation is even more restrictive. Like the FAA is very, very specific. So one of the considerations that we have to bring to the table is, do we have the space and how can we utilize it best? One opportunity that we've discussed is looking for other high school partners in the area that may have facilities that we're able to use. Like that gets us to the dual credit as well as the expansion. Once we have the degrees, that becomes a clearer pathway once we identify partners. In terms of biotechnology, that's another one that it's really about developing space requirements and equipment. So I believe that in the budget projections, we had something like $150,000 of startup costs. So that is for 25 students enrolled on a yearly basis. Once we start going above 25, we have to think about whether we have to get additional part-time faculty, full-time faculty, space needs. I do know that that is something that we are considering, and certainly before we ever came to the board to ask for a new building or a new set of facilities, we would have the projections and the data. And we're confident, I think I can say this without people jumping down my throat, is that we're confident that we are going to have enrollment in these programs that is going to expand over time because of the local market demand. And once we see those numbers, certainly within a year, then we'll be able to project out more accurately as to where we might have other spaces or other opportunities to expand. So it's something that's on our mind.
Yeah, and I think, again, to ensure that we maintain speed to the ball on this, I think it would be helpful, and I don't know if it's appropriate to wrap this up into the strategic facilities plan that is on deck for this academic year, but to really have a discussion about so I'll use Coleman College as an example because it is a very finite space with a lot of kind of hopes and aspirations pinned to every square foot in that building, right? Yep. And to understand what are the options, or which programs would we want to grow, how quickly, when do we hit our just area volume limitation cap, what do we give up by going this way or that way,
Sure.
And how does that translate into student outcomes and financial outcomes for the institution? I think that's what I'm missing in all this. Just again, it feels like we have these really good discussions about the initial like entry point award approval, and then we never come back to that ultimate like where do we really want to lean in and shine as an institution, and invest some serious capital and staffing to make it happen. So I think if we can have that discussion, I don't know if that's part of the budget process or separate, but in the January, February timeframe, to me, I think that would satisfy my itch, and I think it would help the board stay at that very necessary strategic policy governance level, as we're really grappling with which programs do we invest in to get the most bang for our buck, not only for our students, but for the broader Houston economy. So,
Yep, absolutely, we can do that.
all right. And then one last question on the aviation program. Excited to hear about the dual credit partnership and pathway. I think that the ladder up and the stackable credential there is really exciting. Just curious, like, is everything more or less as papered up as it can be with Stafford ISD, and they're ready to rock? And
As far as I know, we the only thing we had left was the agreement that we were signing, which I think was signed, Dr. Upstart. Yeah.
So we've got the MOU for the dual credit signed up. The facilities agreement is still going through, and it's with Fort Bend ISD.
oh,
Yeah.
thank you. All right, thanks.
You're welcome.
All right. Then we move on to the next item. Thank you, Dr. Ramos.
Thank you.
Is there a motion to approve item B, proposed new awards, Biotech Laboratory Sciences AAS Biotechnology Lab Sciences Level 2 Certificate and Biotechnology Laboratory Sciences Level 1 Certificate? I will second. It has been moved and seconded. We'll now have discussion on the item. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the board. This item is a recommendation item for the board's consideration of approval for HCC to offer Biotechnology Laboratory Sciences AAS Biotechnology Laboratory Sciences Level 2 Certificate and Biotechnology Laboratory Sciences Level 1 Certificate that will prepare students for careers in the rapidly growing field of biotechnology. And with your permission, Mr. Chair, Dr. Latricia Harrison, President of Coleman College of Health Sciences, will provide an overview and respond to questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Dr. Ramos just did a very good presentation on where we are with the biotechnologies level 1, level 2, and AA's degree. So I am here to answer any additional questions that you may have.
Trustees, any questions? I guess my only question on this is around level of engagement that we've had with industry partners, potential workforce partners as we stand this up.
So we have had extensive conversations from Texas Medical Center to industry partners as well as Texas A&M, as well as Tribec and BioInnovate. So we have taken the initiative to join different organizations that are highly focused on biotechnology and industry partners, MD Anderson, for an example, as well, just to make sure that what we're offering is addressing the community needs and their workforce needs that they have for the students.
And just to make sure I heard you correctly, that you've taken this specific curriculum, engaged with those bodies, and they've given you feedback on this, that they're good with it?
Absolutely. We have an advisory board already. We met with them 3 times so far, and they have helped us to develop the curriculum. We reached out to Dr. Lene Fisher from Austin College, who is a well-known, person who specializes in biotechnology, and she has also helped us in the establishment of these curriculum pathways. So, yes, we have.
Awesome, thank you. Any more questions, trustees? All right. Looks like we are ready to vote.
Thank you.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 2-0.
Aviation Maintenance Technology Airframe AAS and Aviation Maintenance Technology Power Plant AAS, Aviation Maintenance Technology General Level 1 Certificate.
So moved.
I will second. It has been moved and seconded. We will now have discussion on the item. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the board. This item is presented, as was indicated, as a recommendation for your consideration to approve proposed new awards in Aviation Maintenance Technology Airframe, AAS, and Aviation Maintenance Technology Power Plant, AAS, and the General Level 1 Certificate in Aviation Technology. And with your permission, Mr. Chair, I will ask Dr. Miguel Ramos to come forward and to respond to questions. Dr. Ramos.
Thank you. Well, I've presented most of the basic features of the aviation degrees, but if there are any additional questions, I'm happy to entertain them.
Trustees, any questions?
So I take it that these programs will be offered both at Northeast and Southwest? Is that correct?
Currently, the plan is to start at Kempner, so they have the
Kempner.
facility start, yes.
Okay. And eventually, they will be offered at Northeast?
That's the plan. That's the
Okay.
long-term plan.
Okay.
Yes. Oh, go ahead. Sorry. Yeah, my only question is again on those industry connections. I'm just curious, which airlines, industry groups we've reached out to make sure that this meets their need and we're funneling the right competencies into their workforce.
Oh, yes, sir. Yeah, the program director, Nicholas Keynes, has actually had conversations with many of the major airlines, United, Southwest. So he, in the process of gauging interest in the degree, has had these connections, and he's actually currently working to see what other local aviation organizations and companies would be willing to donate equipment. So getting parts from them, getting the things that they're going to need so that we can train on their equipment is something that he's really looking into and working hard to get.
All right. Thank you.
Yes.
All right. We are ready to vote.
Voting has concluded. The item passed with a vote of 2-0.
Next on the agenda is item D, Houston Reconnect and Connect 2 Workforce Program Update. This is a report item, no actions required. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the board. This item is a discussion to provide an update on the current status of the Houston Reconnect and the Connect to Workforce initiatives as of November 2025. And with your permission, Mr. Chair, Senior Vice Chancellor Dr. Norma Perez will provide an overview and respond to questions. Dr. Perez.
Thank you, Chancellor. Good afternoon, Chair and trustees. Last June, the board approved funds for the Houston Reconnect and Connect to Workforce initiatives. Both initiatives were to assist students with enrolling at Houston City College to either complete a degree or certificate they had started, or to enroll in a high-demand short-term training certificate program that could be completed within this academic year. I'd like to recognize the team that has been leading these initiatives. So as I call out your name, if you would please stand. Dr. Lisa Acorta, Mr. Marlon Anderson, Mr. Asfad Siddiqui, Dr. Miguel Ramos, and Mr. Daniel Dila. Thank you. The purpose of this presentation is to provide an update on both of these initiatives. Outreach activities were initiated via emails, telephone calls, social media, and community partners. The response has not been what we expected due to several factors identified after a closer review of the data and contacts made with these students. Slide 5 shows the number of students enrolled for fall 2025 under Houston Reconnect. As you can see the numbers here, and these are the numbers of students that are enrolled for spring of 2026. When we look at slide 7, this shows addresses some of the factors that were identified after a thorough review of the data, as well as when we make contact with the identified students. For some students, they needed more than 3 semesters to complete their respective program. Some students could only attend part-time. Some students still had outstanding balances. Some students needed funds for instructional materials. The GPA was less than what was established. That was the established criteria. So these were some of the challenges that we've had as we work through the students for the Houston Reconnect. For Connect to Workforce, the focus on only high-demand short-term training programs have resulted in having to turn away some students. Slide 8 shows you the students in this program, and it shows that the total funds spent for this semester and the funds that are projected for next semester. Overall, we've already encumbered about $400,000 on this program. Keep in mind that we were given $1 million for this program. So as a result of the information and data we've gathered thus far, we are asking the board to allow the administration to make adjustments to the criteria as needed, such as expanding to all short-term training programs, not limited just to the high-demand ones, allowing students to complete their degree or certificate through the next academic year. In other words, give them 2 years to complete. Reviewing the GPA requirement, allowing funds for instructional materials, are all possible changes that we want to consider. In addition, we'd like to also request allowing the administration to move funds from Houston Reconnect to Connect to Workforce, knowing that once we expand to more eligible programs, the number of students will increase and will deplete the funds allocated for Connect to Workforce. We believe that making these changes will result in more students being able to take advantage of Houston Reconnect to complete the degree or certificate that they started. Expanding the eligible programs for short-term training would allow more students to enroll in the short-term training programs to upskill or to enter the workforce. So this concludes the presentation. If you have any questions, the team is here to respond.
Trustees, any questions?
Just a simple question. I think I heard you made reference to reevaluating the GPA, and right now it's 2.5
Correct.
or higher. So what are you thinking would be appropriate if you made adjustments to the GPA?
It would be 2.0.
2.0.
Right,
Yeah,
which is what we
that's-
require for students to graduate.
That's what I was thinking. I really think what you are asking is really beneficial to the students, and I think it would be very, very beneficial in increasing enrollment. But, it's up to more than just what I think.
Yeah, I just want to pile on that. And first, just want a word of thanks to the folks that have been in the thick of these programs. Nothing we do at HCC is easy, but this is hard work. This is hard work to identify students that have stepped away from the system, have stepped away from their journey, and to bring them back in. So just kudos to everybody who's been involved. I know that the numbers we had some very aspirational high numbers on this. And I don't think we expected to hit those in the first year. And the fact that we have changed as many lives as we have through these programs, I think is just amazing work. So thanks to everybody who's really had a hand in making it come to life. I'm very supportive of the administration adjusting those criteria. I think when the board approved that those criteria, or the program, first with that indicative vote, I think it was in April, and then finally in June. I think the criteria that were associated with that approval were pretty loose. So just, have at least, I think it was at least 30 credits coming in. It may have been a little bit more. And I think that was about it, frankly. So there wasn't there weren't many strings attached to our vote. And so I think it'd be very appropriate for y'all to have a lot of flexibility to find what works and what attracts students to come back and finish their journey. I think it'd be good to have updates as y'all are changing those criteria. I know I talked to a lot of constituents and business owners about this program. They're all really excited about it, and just keeping them up to date with the latest in what we're looking for in these Reconnect and Connect 2 students, I think would be really helpful. My one trustee's opinion, let's make this as expansive as we can while also having confidence that it's going to work for the students that come back to HCC or come to HCC. So, and I don't, just recalling the conversations we had around the budget, the budget allocation and funding for this, the dollars make the funding mechanisms make so much sense that whatever we need to do to attract these students in, I think makes long-term sense for the institution. So I think maximum flexibility, assuming we're setting the students who come up for success, is my lean on this one. In terms of the budget, it doesn't seem unreasonable to me. I looked at the Legal Eagles for their feedback on the specific mechanisms of how the votes have to translate. If we need different votes or what have you to move from the $1 million bucket to the $9 million bucket and vice versa. But whatever complies with Robert's rules and our internal policies, I'm happy to support. I think it makes sense to be fluid with that where we're following those policies.
Yes, Mr. Chair, this is a report item today, and should we have to seek the board approval, we'll bring that through Finance, the committee of the whole.
Appreciate that. And I think that the last thing that I'll leave with, and a little bit of a teaser for the budget conversation we'll have in a couple hours, that we have learned a lot through this process, and I hope that we are putting ourselves in a position to continue learning and continue building on these learnings over the next few years versus being tempted to call it quits after 1 year. So I think again, we've changed a lot of lives through this process. I think we will and could continue to do so over the foreseeable future. And at least one trustee is committed to ensuring that the budgetary and funding foundations are there for us to continue this journey. So.
Thank you.
And go ahead, Dr. Fisher.
Thank you so very, very much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to indicate and thank Dr. Perez and certainly the members of the team from the district who were the DRIs for this, but I also want to acknowledge the presidents and all of the members of the teams at the colleges as well who were working weekends and in addition to during the weekdays in order to ensure that we could advertise, we could post, we could get the students onto the campuses, whether on the campuses face-to-face or online. And so there has been an extraordinary effort that has been made by everyone. And one thing that's very clear coming out of Deloitte University is that more and more individuals who are in the workforce, as well as those who will be entering the workforce, are interested in short-term credentials across the board. And so that's something that we want to look at as well, because that prepares them immediately for that transition from a job on into a baccalaureate degree if they choose to do that. So thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for your support.
All right, and thank you, Dr. Perez, for the presentation.
Thank you.
And we are not going into closed or executive session. So unless there's anything else from my colleagues, the Academic and Student Affairs Committee is now adjourned at
12:44 p.m.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much.
No, you're not. Oh, you're online. We're back. The meeting of the Board Governance Committee for December 3rd, 2025 will now come to order at
1 o'clock p.m.
Meeting was called for the purposes listed on the duly posted.
Mike, please. Mike, I'm sorry.
I turned it off instead of on. Okay. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizen form 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services Office. There are no citizens signed up to speak before the Board Governance Committee today. Topic for discussion and/or action. Is there a motion to approve item A, proposed revisions to BE local policy and bylaw development? So moved. Is there a second? It has been moved and seconded. We will now have discussion on the item. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is a recommendation for your consideration of approval to approve the revision to BE local policy. And with your permission, Madam Chair, General Counsel Montgomery will provide an overview and respond to questions.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Chancellor, and Trustees. Regarding policy BE local, the proposed changes are recommended by TASB and agreed with by the administration. This new language ensures that newly enacted law is applicable when effective, and if there is ever a conflict between existing policy and newly enacted law, the enacted law will control. With that, we'll take any questions.
Questions from any of my fellow trustees? Seeing none, we will now vote on the item. Item A, proposed revisions to BE local. Board members, please cast your vote. Okay.
Received. The item passed with a vote of 3-0.
Is there a motion to approve item B, proposed revisions to CAK local
Moved.
appropriations and revenue sources investments?
So moved.
I'll second. It has been moved and seconded. We will now have a discussion on the item. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is a recommendation for the board's consideration of approval for CAK, proposed local policy on appropriations and revenue sources. And with your permission, Madam Chair, General Counsel Montgomery will provide an overview and respond to questions.
Thank you, Chancellor. Regarding policy CAK local, this policy is the college's investment policy, and in accordance with current law, the governing body shall review the college's investment policy annually. There are a few clarification changes made, but substantively, the policy remains unchanged. This policy was reviewed by the finance team, financial advisor, and finance counsel. With that, we are happy to take any questions.
May I ask, so you changed it from duty of prudence to duty of care?
Yes.
I know those are terms of art. Was it always the duty of care, or was there some change?
There was no change. We just felt that from the financial advisor and finance counsel, duty of care was the correct way to refer to it.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from any of my fellow trustees? Seeing none. Sorry. So we are now ready to vote on item A, proposed revisions to BE local policy and bylaw development. Voting is now open.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 3-0.
Is there a motion to approve item C, proposed revisions to BFA local and DLA local SB 37 related policies?
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. It has been moved and seconded. We will now have a discussion on the item. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is a recommendation for your consideration of approval to approve the revisions to BFA local and DLA local policies, which, with Senate Bill 37, amends existing law relating to the governance of public institutions. And with your permission, Madam Chair, General Counsel Montgomery will provide an overview and respond to questions.
Thank you. Regarding policies BFA local and DLA local, these changes are made in pursuant to SB 37 regarding the annual evaluation of individuals holding the position of Vice President, Provost, which the college's equivalent is Chief Academic Officer, Dean, or similar leadership positions that oversee curriculum and student affairs. Specifically, the policy establishes that the Chancellor will develop and implement a process for the Chancellor's evaluation of these positions. We estimate the number of impacted staff members to be over 80. Additionally, the Chancellor will provide a list by November 1st of each academic year of all individuals who will be evaluated by the Chancellor under this policy. The Chancellor will additionally notify the board and provide a report to the board at the next regularly scheduled board meeting if the Chancellor makes a decision to remove an administrator from their position. With that, we're happy to answer any questions.
Questions from any of my fellow trustees? Seeing none, we're now ready to vote on item C, proposed revisions to BFA local and DLA local.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 3-0.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve item D, proposed revisions to DC local employment practices?
So moved.
Is there a second? It has been moved and seconded. We will now have a discussion on the item. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is a recommendation for your consideration of approval of the revisions to DC local policy as it pertains to Senate Bill 37 and employment practices. And with your permission, Madam Chair, General Counsel Montgomery will respond to questions.
Thank you. Regarding policy DC local, the proposed revisions addressed, the board shall approve and deny the hiring, promotion, or contract renewal of an individual for provost, chief academic officer, or similar position, whether interim or permanent, including a deputy, associate, or assistant provost. Also, faculty and administrative hiring decisions are also addressed. Specifically, there is a clarification in the wording that requires all full-time faculty and qualifying senior administrative staff classified as E40 and above shall be employed pursuant to a written employment contractual agreement. With that, we're happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from any of my fellow trustees? Seeing none, we're now ready to vote on item D, proposed revisions to DC local employment practices. Voting is now open.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 3-0.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve item E, proposed revisions to DGBA, local personnel management relations, employee grievances?
So moved.
Is there a second? It has been moved and seconded. We will now have a discussion on the item. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is a recommended item for your consideration of approval of the proposed revisions to DGBA local personnel management relations employment grievance as set forth as it pertains to Senate Bill 37 requirements. And with your permission, Madam Chair, General Counsel Montgomery will provide an overview and respond to questions.
Thank you. Regarding policy DGBA local, this is the college's grievance policy. We've included a one-pager overview of the policy in the agenda materials that delineates the 3 levels of the formal grievance process for staff and a separate 3-level process for faculty. I will now ask Lisa Brown, HCC Specialty Counsel on Title IX, Title VII, and Constitutional Matters to walk the board through the proposed revisions of DGBA local. Dr. Brown.
Good afternoon. DGBA is, as Ms. Montgomery indicated, is the general grievance process for HCC. And Senate Bill 37 requires certain amendments. And so a big part of the effort here is to conform to these requirements. And one of the provisions in Senate Bill 37 states that only the chancellor or designee or provost may be involved in decision-making regarding a faculty grievance and other disciplinary matters. And so that required some adjustment in the language. The current process, the old process, had 4 levels, very rigorous, including a review panel of independent and impartial people, and ultimately there was the option of a level 4 to the board. The proposed amended policy eliminates the level 4 and channels faculty grievances ultimately up through the chancellor or the chancellor's designee. And we wanted to just briefly discuss some of the multifaceted reasons for these adjustments in the draft. And it is indicated on the one-pager how the level 4 is being recommended for removal from the policy. There are legal and practical considerations and SACS considerations. With respect to Senate Bill 37, we have the language stating the role of the chancellor in the faculty grievance process. And then we have to harmonize that with other legal requirements that allow citizens to petition the board with grievances. And so under legal authorities, the board is not required to be a formal part of the grievance process. So what the draft does is continues for all employee classes, 3 levels, with a review panel, ultimately leading in decision-making or review by the chancellor. And it clarifies and makes it very clear that any person may always petition the board, either in writing or by seeking an audience during a board meeting to present their grievances. And this slight restructuring actually harmonizes with SACS principles and the difference between a governance role and a more personnel fact-finding sort of role. And if and when the board serves as a level 4 appeal officer, it's in a fact-finding role rather than the governance policy-making role. And it requires the board to become intimately familiar, like a court of appeals, with that record. And the petition process still enables the board to exercise its governing authority and ensure the administration is complying with policy and the board's intention with respect to the grievance policy. And I'm happy to answer any questions regarding this recommended approach.
Any questions from any of my fellow trustees? Trustee Wilson?
How does the chancellor feel about this?
I thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Of course.
I feel fine. We have had a process similar to this in the past. And I think that this is a process that allows for the different levels of review to include a panel as well, and to make that final decision based upon the review, the thorough review, and the input from the members of the team at each stage provides me with great comfort. So I have no problems with this.
Any other questions? Seeing none, we're now ready to vote on item E, proposed revisions to DGBA Local Personnel Management Relations Employee Grievances. Voting is now open.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 3-0.
Is there a motion to approve item F, proposed revisions to DIAA Local and DIAB Local?
So moved.
Is there a second? It has been moved and seconded. We will now have a discussion on the item. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is a recommendation for your consideration of approval of the revisions to DIAA Local and DIAB Local as it pertains to Senate Bill 37 compliance, and it addresses sex discrimination, sex harassment, and related conduct in DIAA Local and discrimination based on race, religion, and other classes in DIAB Local. And with your permission, Madam Chair, General Counsel Montgomery will provide an overview and respond to questions.
Thank you. Regarding policy DIAA Local and DIAB Local, as the Chancellor indicated, this is the college's policies on sex discrimination, sexual harassment, and then DIAB Local, discrimination based on race, religion, and other classes. We've also included a one-pager of the policy in the agenda materials for a quick reference. And again, I'd like to ask Lisa Brown, HCC Specialty Counsel for Title IX and Title VII, to walk the board through the proposed revisions.
DIAA and DIAB are relatives to DGBA. Ultimately, they're grievance policies, and therefore they too must comply with Senate Bill 37's requirement that the chancellor or designee be the person to act upon a grievance filed by a faculty member. So one of the main adjustments here is aligning with that to ensure that if there's a grievance involving sex discrimination or other types of discrimination, that ultimately, if it's a faculty grievance, that the chancellor will have the opportunity to pass on and make a decision regarding that particular grievance. There are additional amendments that are highlighted in the one-pager, and these are more substantive related to a discrimination law. Since these policies initially were passed, there have been other updates in the law, and we just tried to conform and keep up with some of the language usage that we see in the law with respect to discrimination cases. But the primary update is to conform and align with Senate Bill 37. But I'm happy to answer any specific questions on how these grievance policies are intended to work.
Any questions? Trustee Wilson.
Does this cover the board also?
This particular, this enables any employee facing discrimination to use this process to complain about anyone affiliated with Houston Community College. And so an employee could file a grievance. It does channel differently depending on who the respondent is. There would be a different approach to how it is handled due to concerns about conflicts of interest and making sure that there's independence in the fact finding. But it does apply to trustees, administrators, faculty, staff, and there's a companion policy not at issue today involving students. Students also have the same grievance rights.
Stuck because there's a limit to what you can do to a sitting trustee.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
So that's kind of the complicating factor here. You know, as we've seen taken up to the Supreme Court, you know, there's, you know, you can do things, some things to trustees, but it's limited.
That would be certainly with respect ultimately to the remedy that
Right.
a person might be eligible for under the law.
Okay.
Or under Texas and federal law. But in terms of a particular employee having a grievance regarding the experience of harassment in the workplace or discrimination on the basis of sex, race, religion, disability, and so forth, they would have a right to initiate the grievance process, but ultimately disposition will be governed in accordance with the status of the
Right.
individual, and trustees ultimately are not supervisors in the classic sense of a direct supervisor.
Where did you get these expanded definitions and language? Does that come from you? Is that come from verbatim from the law?
Some of the expanded definitions are from a Supreme Court case that helps us understand the definition of sex discrimination and the definitions of consent. Those are informed in part from the Texas Penal Code. We have a new definition of criminal sexual contact, and this is an FBI definition. The law used to state that fondling was prohibited, and that was an FBI word. Last summer, the FBI changed the definition. They don't use fondling. They now use criminal sexual contact, and under Title IX, we're required to follow that model, and therefore we're using the FBI's definition of criminal sexual contact, which actually is a lot clearer than the prior definition. I think it will be helpful to people to understand that prohibited behavior. But they're from case law, not from my imagination.
I apologize. I was not trying to, and
No.
you have an expert opinion, so it's not just your machinations. But where did the definition of sexual assault come from?
The definition of sexual assault in these documents is based largely on the Clery Act, which is a federal law that talks about all of these offenses, a federal law that required every institution of higher education to add certain prohibitions, domestic violence, dating violence, stalking. But we also have obligations under Texas law and the Education Code. The legislature has directed us to borrow these Clery Act definitions, and some of the definitions, though, in Texas law are a little more expansive. So as necessary, we have often included both, where we're not just prohibiting what the federal law requires, we're also prohibiting what the state law requires. And one good example of that is sexual harassment, which the Texas law definition under the Education Code is broader than the federal Title IX definition. And so this policy includes both, so that both types of harassment are prohibited, whether it's state or federal.
Any questions? Seeing none, we're now ready to vote on item F, proposed revisions to DIA local and DIAB local. Voting is now open.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 3-0.
I have another vote box. I'm just going to exit out. Is there a motion to approve item G, proposed revisions to DMAA local and DMAB local SB 37 related policies?
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. It has been moved and seconded. We will now have discussion on the item. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is a recommendation for the board's consideration of approval of the proposed revisions to DMAA local and DMAB local as it requires compliance with Senate Bill 37 related to term contracts, mid-contracts, and in DMAA local and term contracts non-renewal in DMAB local. And with your permission, Madam Chair, General Counsel Montgomery will respond to questions.
Thank you, Chancellor. As the Chancellor indicated, this item addresses termination of contracts midterm and non-renewals to be compliant with SB 37. Both policies indicate that the Chancellor will develop and implement a process for a hearing to be conducted and if it shall be requested. The Chancellor will review the report of the hearing officer before making any final decisions. With that, Ms. Brown and myself are here to answer any questions.
Any questions? This is might be a little tangential, but is there anything limiting the amount of time for an investigation into an employee or staffer or anything? I don't think it's in this policy, but in any kind of related policy, I really worry about the potential of not being diligent in the kind of quickness, right? We're dealing with people's lives, we're dealing with people's incomes, we're dealing with people's ability to teach, like that sort of thing.
So that would be our DGBA series and our DIAA for investigations.
Okay, we don't, it's tangential, so
Okay.
we don't have to talk about it, but I would like to at some point to look at that just to make sure that we are actually doing everything we can to expedite these investigations, not leaving people hanging for, a year or however, before they can get back in the classroom or to work. I'd like to look at that at some point.
Okay.
Maybe next year, if I'm chair or not. So, okay. Any other questions from any of my fellow trustees? Seeing none, we're now ready to vote on item G, proposed revisions to DMAA local and DMAB local, SB 37 related policies. Voting is now open.
Voting has concluded. The item passed with a vote of 3-0.
Okay, we're now at
Madam
our,
Chair, could I have a moment of privilege, if you don't mind?
of course.
So before we dive into this last item, which is going to have a lot of discussion, I did want to pause and say thank you, Ms. Montgomery, to your staff and to the whole legal team. This has been a heavy lift. And in many cases, we are at the forefront of this because we outpace tech and those other institutions that normally help us with this kind of law to policy type translation. So kudos to you, Ms. Montgomery, kudos to your team. It's a lot of work. I think we ended up in a really fantastic place. And I think we're an example for the broader state of how we can handle this stuff quickly, efficiently, and with the right outcome. So thank you very much.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, trustee. Is there a motion to approve item H, proposed new policy EFAA local instructional programs and courses, academic courses?
So moved.
Is there a second? Now, this has two options, right? So is there, I'm sorry, I know you told me, is there going to be a motion to choose one? Or how does that work?
So procedurally, we have presented two options for the committee's consideration. At the end of the discussion, the committee will make a motion for the preferred option. That option will then move to the consent agenda. The full board at the regular meeting later today will have the opportunity to pull that, and they can amend to change back to the other option if they disagree, because it's all been noticed for discussion. So the committee's job is to choose one to move forward to consent.
Okay, so we're going to structure it as move to adopt option one or option two.
Correct.
Can we do it all in one vote, or does it have to be two votes?
Just one vote.
You don't have to do the original opening motion?
Correct.
Okay, got it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm sorry. We will now have discussion on the item. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is a recommendation for the board's consideration of approval of the proposed new policy EFAA local instructional programs and courses as it pertains to Senate Bill 37 and the governing board's review and approval process for the college's general education curriculum, including any modifications to that curriculum. And with your permission, Madam Chair, General Counsel Montgomery will provide an overview and respond to questions.
Thank you, Chancellor. As Chancellor indicated, this item provides a new policy developed in response to SB 37 regarding the General Education Curriculum Committee. In your materials, we have provided some background information regarding SACs, generally required best practices, and then also different samples of options. With that, though, we are proposing, based on conversations with the governance committee, two different policies, option 1 and option 2, and now we will have Lisa Brown to go through that for the board, and then also board counsel will come back up to talk about the proposed process, and then also give direction to the board on adopting one of those processes.
Thank you. So this new policy codifies two things. One is your existing practice of curriculum development, the annual review by the existing curriculum committee, which is consists mostly of faculty, but also administrators, but primarily faculty, which is consistent with the SAC's perspective on curriculum development. And the other part of this new policy is it codifies the requirement that in addition to the annual review that we've always done, we now have a very active role for the board on a 5-year review. And here the legislature has given the board discretion on how to move forward with that. And so based on the input and feedback that we have received, the proposal here in EFAA is for the board to appoint at the, in advance of the 5-year mark, a 5-year committee, which would consist of the regular curriculum committee composed of those with expertise. And in addition, as permitted by Senate Bill 37, the board may include additional members from the community or industry, but as indicated in the policy, people who have an expertise or a disciplinary background that would be consistent with the goal of having an objective curriculum review in accordance with the standards that are listed in the policy, which the legislature has provided in the bill. And here, the choices are, and the reason there are two options, one is the opportunity to include an appointment of industry and community members that would have voting rights as a member of the 5-year review committee. And in which case, if they have voting rights, our recommendation is a smaller number of them so that their vote is not going to outweigh the faculty vote consistent with the SACS principles. The second proposal is the board would appoint more members from industry and community, and their voice would be heard throughout the process. They would be actively involved, but at the end of the day would be non-voting members. And so option 1 would be the supplemental committee of 9 non-voting members from the community or industry. Option 2 would be 4 appointees, and they would have the opportunity to vote as part of the larger committee. And so the board does have discretion to go with either approach. Also, these are not the only approaches that we have put forth, some other just examples of possibilities, but these seem to reflect the consensus that we're hearing and seem very manageable, workable, consistent with the law, and consistent with SACS.
Thank you. Any questions from any of my fellow trustees? Did you? I can't tell.
You know, however we vote in the committee, I think that we should bring it to the full board and the committee of the whole after we can make our mind up and have our preference, but
We can't do it in the committee of the whole, possibly in the regular board meeting. You can pull it from the consent agenda, and then it can be discussed.
I want to have the whole board the opportunity to weigh in on this, which obviously they can. I mean, they can pull anything.
Okay, so option 1 is 9 non-voting members, and the reason to do that is to not dilute the vote of faculty members who, under our accreditation standards, have the responsibility for curriculum issues.
The primary responsibility.
Right, exactly. And option B is 4 voting members, 4 members, but they are voting. I am a proponent of option 1. I think it gives more opportunity for input and without diluting that part. The accreditation standards are incredibly important in terms of my consideration. So that's what I'm in favor of. Trustee Cheeman?
Yeah, just want to pile on. I agree. I like the 9 non-voting members over the 4. I think having a more expansive group of community and industry leaders involved in this process is a good thing. And I think that even though they're non-voting on the committee, we can still talk with them, and if they have major objections, then we can vote on their behalf when the up or down eventually comes to the board. So I don't think that we lose anything necessarily by them being non-voting members. My question is, if they're non-voting, why 9? Why not more? Just curious on how you landed on that number.
It stems from the size of the curriculum committee as it currently is composed. And so it all flows from that you could theoretically increase the size of the curriculum committee. That would not be recommended as a best practice for that committee to be manageable. Just a survey of random colleges and universities, a committee larger than 21 would be very unusual. And so we would actually be exceeding that anyway with the community and industry individuals. So it flows from an interest in keeping that number manageable and not diluting the faculty's primary responsibility. And but these numbers also can be adjusted. The board would have discretion to change them.
No, appreciate that explanation. So I'm ready to make a motion unless Trustee Wilson, you wanted to weigh in on option 1 versus option 2 before we did that. All right. Well, then I would like to move that we adopt EFAA local option 1.
Does it need to be seconded, or can we just, I'll second it.
And that was option 1, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me enter the motion and we'll be ready to vote.
I guess one thing is, as we're pulling that up, as a discussion about my motion, I'm 100% in agreement with Trustee Wilson that we need to discuss this as a full board, but this is the step to close this discussion out and move it to that discussion, so.
So the motion is to adopt EFAA local option 1.
Right.
Ready for the vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 3-0.
Thank you. That's it. That's all the business for today. Trustee, I'm sorry, General Counsel Montgomery.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to thank the full team, and also we had an SB 37 task force that the Chancellor initiated and put in place, and everyone has worked so hard, so I just wanted to give kudos for all of that.
Thank you. So the meeting of the Board Governance Committee is now adjourned at?
1:36 p.m.
Thank you.
for December 3rd, 2025 will come to order at
2:00 p.m.
This meeting was called for the purposes listed on the duly posted meeting notice. The other committee members are Trustee Adriana Temez, Prieta Vanderbilt Stallworth, and alternate Sean Cheban. Now, you've probably never heard me read this before, but a citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizen form 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services Office. There are no citizens signed up to speak before the Marketing Committee today. We will discuss item A, Strategic Communications and Marketing Update. This is a report item. No action is required. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the board. This is a discussion item to provide an update on the Strategic Communications and Marketing Plan. And with your permission, Mr. Chair, Dr. Rima Adil, Interim Vice Chancellor of Communications, and Mr. Todd Duplantis, Interim Executive Director, will, of course, provide an overview and respond to questions. Thank you very much, Dr. Adil.
Permission granted.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Trustee. Good afternoon, everyone. Trustees, Madam Chancellor, and distinguished colleagues and guests. So today's communication and marketing presentation will provide an overview of our ongoing rebrand rollout, a review of key monthly performance indicators for social media and website for October and November, and an update on a spring marketing strategy and campaign. So for the rebrand rollout, we remain on a schedule with the rebrand plan, currently updating campus signage and installing the required coverings. We have also implemented a new tracking report that monitors how often the college is referenced as Houston Community College versus Houston City College, giving us a clear visual on name adoption. A more detailed analysis of these findings will be shared in the next board meeting. Our website design is now 72% complete and continues to track on a schedule for on-time delivery, with no issues to report at this stage. While we are unable to demo the full production environment today, our team has prepared design elements and visual samples to share in the interim preview. Before we proceed, I'd like to acknowledge the key team members who are diligently driving this project forward. If you all are here, please stand and be recognized. I do want to quickly go over and set some context before we have our video visual, and to kind of get us going. So HCC established a unified website strategy to guide design, content, and technology decision through a full discovery phase, content audit, stakeholder input, and competitive review, and created a strategic roadmap with relative stakeholders. Strategy-driven focus is the approved strategy drives three core focus areas: site structure, content, and design. Site structure is a way for us to simplify intuitive navigation for students. The new structure prioritizes prospective students' top task. This is my favorite slide because if you can see on the top bar, students can explore programs, and the next tab is admissions, paying for college, and other student life activities and other information. Student program discovery is positioned first with multiple pathways to begin exploring programs and courses. This is another content slide. It is streamlined, consistent, and aligned to student decision making. So as you can see on the left, there are filters available that has program information is standardized across all areas and can be filtered by track, by program type, by campus location, instruction format, or career path, reducing the clicks and improving clarity. Program details page includes success stories, accreditation information, clear pathways to learn, more supporting information decision making. Here, more information on program pages clearly outline duration of the program, how long will it take, again, credit hours needed for specific programs, campus location, and provide direct contextualized links to degree plan for seamless navigation. So no matter where the student enter our website, they will have consistent information that is linked and it will take them to the same information. Next is visual design. The selected design communicates starting strong, it stays supported through professional career focused look, accessible color standards, authentic photography, a bold, confident, modern visual identity, and this design is strengthen our brand clarity and user trust. So at this point, I do like to bring David Tietz, who has been really working closely together with the team to walk us through this demo. David.
Good afternoon, everybody. Pleasure to meet you. I'm here to just kind of give you an overview of what the site's going to look like and give you an idea of where we're headed. So, whenever you're ready. Oh, I'm sorry. That better? Sorry about that. So, well, waiting to further go, this first slide is going to give you an idea of what the homepage could look like. It's going to be very similar. As Dr. Adil talked about, the top-level navigation is organized better for students, gives them a better opportunity to find what they're looking for, pay for college, and move through the process much easier.
Can you advance the slide, please? Okay, the video.
I don't think that's part of this, but anyway, let me just go on and just say that yeah, I think you went the wrong way. Go the other way. All right. The new website will have much better informational features, allowing students to get the most relevant info as quickly as possible in terms of the way the site is structured, the navigation, and so on and so forth. It's going to have many new features like the translation services, the ability for any student to be able, from the top of the website, to be able to select whatever language is appropriate for them to get through the site. We also have we're going to have a new and a very robust news and event features, including an academic calendar that's going to be much easier than what we have now in terms of usability, and for students to be able to put their information in there and sync it with their own calendars, those kinds of things. Our directory is going to be new as well. This is going to be searchable for faculty and staff, but it's going to have more searchable features as opposed to just first and last name. It can include email address. It will be able to office phone numbers, campus, and those kinds of things. It'll also have a lot of direct links to the important things like foundation, apply and enroll, admissions, virtual lobby, those kinds of student-focused services that'll be much easier to get to and more relevant to the students' needs as opposed to being further down the website. It's going to be much easier for them. We prioritize the Discovery First user experience, then the admissions and paying, support services directly from the main menu. So all of that's above the fold. So, our future students will have those things at their fingertip. The usual, let's see. The usual also be presented with information about affordability. There's a section on in your neighborhood, flexible opt-ins, weekend college, honors college, all these special programs, and there's additional things that unfortunately we weren't able to show you here, but we have a lot of additional promotional campaigns like student success videos. There's a lot more video presence on this site that can be used in multiple areas. Short, sweet videos that speak directly to students that are relevant. And basically, that's kind of what I was going to do as the video went, but I think what I can tell you is, one, we are, in terms of our time in production, we're on time. All the steps that we've needed to have taken have been taken. We're moving in a very, very positive direction, and I'm excited to see a new, modern, relevant, accessible site that we're about to hand over here in a few months. Are there any questions? Yes, sir.
Yeah, two questions. Is this is still on track to facilitate summer enrollment next year, correct? So that would be the first semester where students could use this to sign up for classes. Is summer of next year or?
Yes.
Okay. So it's still on track. No risk of that postponing to the fall.
We are on track, barring any unusual circumstances. I feel confident that we're moving in the right direction. Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. And my second question is just curious about potential students' access to kind of dynamic data that they would help them research what kind of pathways they want to sign up for and whether they want to attend HCC, and how much of that is baked into the website. So things like student outcome data, salary data, how is that updated automatically from external systems of record so that folks can stay on the website as they're doing their research, or are they having to go to a bunch of different places? So
the way the program search is going to work, it's going to be driven more by direct links to PeopleSoft and other dynamic ways of getting the data. Not all of it's that way, but there's much more of that in this site, which is really important because that data changes on a regular basis.
Oh, thank you for that.
We're just excited about seeing it come to fruition.
I think this site's going to be a real. You're going to be proud of what we've come up with and the work that's been done. It's going to be certainly a much more respondent site than what we developed in 2017. This is the third time I've done this. I was there 2013, 2017. So, and this is, I think, going to be the most exciting one I've ever seen. So, I'm looking forward to it, and I hope you are.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chairman Wilson. How's it going?
Good.
I walked in slightly late, but clarifying question on the website pages, are we to take those pages literally as the images that are going to be on the website?
Those are stock images. No,
Okay.
those would be our images or stock images of students and things like that.
Okay.
No, this is just filler.
All right, 'cause on slide 14, there were some, there was a certain theme with some of the photos.
No.
So I just wanted to make
This
sure.
is-
Then
That
on-
looks like some people on vacation there.
Okay, just clarification. Then on slide 28, which the campaign graphics, I don't know if we've moved past. Hopefully I'm not skipping over.
Well, no,
Just the
for
website?
some reason, we couldn't get the slides placed, so I'm not sure which one you're looking at.
It's the one that shows you campaign graphics for mini semester and spring enrollment.
Oh, we are still.
All right.
Yes, those, again, all the images on there are just simply space holders.
I'll come back when we get to that slide.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you all. Thank you, Dr. Adele. Is,
Hello?
Trustees, Stallworth, do you have a comment or question? Go ahead, please.
Yes, I do. Let me turn this up. Where is the online radio and the standard radio presence in all of this?
Yeah, we are coming to that, trustee, in the next segment.
That's in the next segment. This is simply the quick explanation of the website.
I would think that the website would have a connection to online radio presence as well, and we do not.
Okay. Dr. Adele.
Yes, thank you, trustee, for the question. We are moving into that segment for marketing, so we will cover that information now. And for any questions, then we can answer the questions regarding that. Are there any other questions in regards to the website?
I don't believe so. Thank you.
All right, so next we have our marketing KPIs as it relates to social media and website. This information, as you can see, we have over 200,000 followers and subscribers through our social media pages, that is district pages that we maintain. This information keep us informed. So as you can see, we are higher performing across all social media KPIs, impressions, reach, engagement, and followers compared to last year at this time. Similarly, website is something that is very, very important. So there's whatever our marketing efforts are, we try to manage and see how much traffic are we driving to our website. So website, especially when it comes to new users, reflect the impact of our marketing efforts. So for the month of October, our new users were up 8.31% compared to last year in the month of October. Similarly, for November, the new users were up 23.82%. One thing that we did in our change our marketing, we now started directing a lot of our marketing efforts and directing them to apply pay pages instead of our main page. So apply page visits, as you can see, went up. It increased 109% in the month of November, and this is a very good performance. So with this strong performance, I would like to transition to our spring marketing effort that is a critical driver of this new interest in HCC. Mr. Todd Duplantis will present this section. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Now, our primary audience for our spring campaign is aimed at adults 18 to 44 years old, also targeting new and returning students with specific emphasis on first-generation college seekers, Hispanic and Latino communities, and African American communities, also working adults. Now, for the creative development for our winter mini session in spring 2026, we developed 14 creative variations in both English and Spanish to test performance and identity, the strongest drivers of impressions and engagement. The top performers, these are the 4 strongest creative pieces, each outperforming platform benchmarks. Now, from October 31st to November 30th, the click-through rates, or CTRs, across the platforms met or exceeded benchmarks, confirming strong creative and message resonance. Search and YouTube-led engagement meta-performed well, way above the norms. Programmatic exceeded typical ranges, and Reddit met benchmark while expanding our overall reach. Overall, digital performance is above industry standards in driving strong interest. Now for our TV campaign, across TV and streaming, we delivered over 1.7 million impressions with a 79% video completion rate. Local broadcast in Spanish language television performed exceptionally well at a 98% completion rate. That's unheard of. Disney streaming added scale and drove nearly 200 clicks. Overall TV results are above our industry benchmarks, supporting strong awareness and retention. On to radio. Our radio strategy used top English and Spanish stations with high-value placements during both morning and evening drive. Traffic and weather integrations added frequency where you would hear in that and impact. This approach supports brand familiarity, especially during our transition to Houston City College as a brand, and reinforces what audiences already see digitally.
Thank you, Mr. Duplantis. Lastly, we have included the slide on the progress of the HCC student app for your information. This concludes our presentation. Let us know if you have any questions.
Trustee Davis?
I want to back up to just trying to understand exactly how we're measuring and how we should be thinking about the efficacy of our marketing efforts. So I've said this a couple of times here at the DAS. This was supposed to be our big year. We've gone from being Houston Community College to Houston City College. It's a major rebrand effort that we're undertaking. So on the social media KPIs, slide 20, what percentage of our students are on LinkedIn? Do we know?
LinkedIn?
Yes.
Yes, we have that information. So I do not have percentages here, but LinkedIn, we have the biggest followership. So as you can see right here, October 2024, 2025, or November, it is the same for both months. But the LinkedIn, we have seen 5.31% increase in followership, while our, and I can quickly go over this. So
if you, maybe I didn't state my question correctly. My question is, what percentage of our students are on LinkedIn?
We do not have that information today, but we can bring that information back to you.
Okay.
We do not track students on LinkedIn because there is no systematic method
Understood.
attaching their student ID.
I don't want to take up too much time.
Yeah.
So who are we targeting on LinkedIn? Is it students or is it employers?
We target our community. We have a lot of our students and alumni on LinkedIn pages.
So our LinkedIn marketing ads are targeting students and alum.
LinkedIn marketing ad, yes, our new initiative, our visibility, and anything, any new short credentials that everyone can take advantage of. Student success stories.
I understand. So it's students we're targeting. So the question, this is about trying to understand who are we reaching with what campaign messaging. If we don't know how many of our students are on LinkedIn, I don't tend to believe that a bunch of under 25-year-olds are on LinkedIn. Nothing has ever suggested that to me. And when I look at where our biggest opportunity is, so if you have data to contravene that, please very much welcome it. But to my knowledge and just anecdotal observation, the people who we need to be targeting, first time in college students, those in that critical age range from post-high school to 26 years of age, who were trying to get some sort of credential before they turn 30, I don't believe they're on LinkedIn. So unless you have information otherwise, and so if
Chancellor, can you speak to that?
Sure, we'll be more than happy to provide the information. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. But in addition to that, in all of the platforms, we're looking at a cross-section of the population, because while our students may not be heavily on LinkedIn, there are potential philanthropists who are. There are members of our alumni who could be the support for our students as mentors. but there could also be parents on there of some of our students who are on LinkedIn as well, who would be able to encourage their students, support their children, et cetera, as they pursue our credentials. So while we recognize that for some of the students, and I think Dr. Adele shared information in one of the presentations about how they're looking at the age range of our students and where the most popular platforms are for them so that those are being targeted. So in that regard, with the questions that you are raising, we'll be more than happy to give you the feedback as we get those numbers and share those with you via the WAB, if that's acceptable.
Okay, that would be excellent, because I think us understanding who's on LinkedIn should help shape what messages were sent.
Of course.
So that was one question. On your next, I think, Mr. Duplantis, you made observations about industry standards as far as click-through rates. What are those benchmarks?
I've got, let me get to that slide. The click-through rates, I can give you a benchmark. I went and looked that up. I specifically got an email from one of the stations we marketed with, Univision. They told me the standard click-through rate is 0.08. Our click-through rate on their measurements was 0.32.
Okay.
Far above the benchmarks. Now, as far as the other analytics, I'd have to get the standards for you.
So these are our paid campaigns, and here are the click-through rates on this slide. So our internet, that is programmatic ad, that is CTR is benchmark 0.08 to 0.20. We are currently, our content is click-through at 0.68%. And if you go down this slide, every single platform that we have includes Meta, that is Facebook and Instagram, our YouTube. If you can see right there, it's at Meta, the click-through rate is 0.50 to 0.75. We are performing at 1.55. And on YouTube, it's 0.65. And
I see it now. Sorry, I was just asking. But I see it.
that information is available to you.
Great, okay. Any other questions? Go ahead, Trustee Sheehan.
Thank you, Chair Wilson. Just curious, in terms of the messaging, so I see a lot in there and also discussion on the website about highlighting just the really amazing kind of cutting edge programs that we have here at HCC. But we also received a lot of community feedback about ongoing concerns about affordability. That's just, the economy is difficult these days, and folks need to be reminded that we are here for them as an affordable partner, as we always have been. So curious how you're balancing those messages. I saw something on my Twitter feed this morning where both were encapsulated in one video, which is really great. But curious, are you going 50-50? Are you more biasing the marketing time toward covering the innovative pathways and access to jobs versus the affordability? Just curious how you're balancing those two messages.
One of the things we do in our department is we target the media with generated news stories. And number one, we look at program videos. We're doing things on construction. We've done ones recently on real estate. But in every article, we talk about the affordability of HCC. Those are equally as important. When we're talking about our brand, we want to get out there that we produce highly skilled workers who are trained with great programs, but at affordable and very accessible as well, about equal.
No, thank you for that.
If I could follow up on that, on the slide 28 that you have, one of the questions we've also raised in the past is sort of direct messaging to students about what they get to earn, because I think that's very impressionable in that younger target demographic, and none of these graphics tend to lend themselves to that sort of marketing. Is there a reason why or why not?
These particular ones are made to simply drive people to the apply and pay. What you're talking about we are putting together a series of reels right now, which you'll start seeing in the next few months. Those reels talk about level 1 certificates. It's a level 1 campaign and certificates campaign. But one of the things specifically, it talks about how long it takes you to get it, and it gives you the exact salary range you're going to get. So you're going to be seeing some ads in the very near future, reels, meta reels that'll be going out that specifically will be adding that to our campaign.
Chancellor?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. and of course in all of our literature that is disseminated via the colleges as well as the district, and to our partners in the community, we do include the salary ranges as well. And then in our partnership with all of the public schools that we partner with as well, in our brochures, et cetera, that we provide for every single program, there is a listing of the salary range in addition to the length of time that is required for students to complete those training programs. So that is available, and I think while we have, for the most part, saturated the market with that information, nonetheless, in terms of this particular presentation, it does not include that, but it's an easy fix to include that on there because we already have that data. Yeah.
Mr. Chair?
Any other questions?
Yes, go ahead. Trustee Stallworth.
I just want to say thank you for the app. I think this will be
Hey.
so thank you very much for that. I also want to say the radio information was not in our printed document. So it would be good to know. We know that the radio has the most targeted demographics. So if we know which radio stations we're going to target, we'll know which demographics, which population demographics that we can see a change in enrollment for based on their listenership. So thank you. I'm looking forward to seeing the further development of the app, and thank you for the detailed focus on how the website is coming and how we are moving forward with social media. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee. The radio slides is there. It has all the radio stations listed, but we can bring more information on radio next time.
Thank you. I see that we're about out of time. I don't want to infringe upon the committee of the whole. Thank you all for the presentation. Thank you. The marketing committee meeting adjourns at
2:32 p.m.
Thanks.
The Committee of the Whole meeting for December 3rd, 2025 will now come to order at
2:32 p.m.
This meeting was called for the purposes as listed on the duly posted meeting notice. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizen form 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services Office. No citizens are signed up to speak before the Committee of the Whole. Topics for discussion. Is there a motion to approve item A, monthly investment report, financial statement, and budget review for October 2025?
So moved. Second.
Thank you. It has been moved in second. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is a recommendation for your consideration of approval of the monthly investment report, financial statement, and budget review for October 2025. And with your permission, Madam Chair, Vice Chancellor McCracken will provide an overview and respond to questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor. I'm going to go through this very quickly. I know we have a lot of items to get through in this committee meeting. These are the monthly financial reports for October. There are no real surprises in this. What we see is the tuition revenue continues to run ahead of budget. Most other expenses, except for those that are kind of lumpy, where they're one-time payments, are all running at or below kind of where we would expect them to be. We do see that total payroll is running a little bit higher, which we expect because that relates to the increased tuition revenue being generated. And we also see that the benefits is running slightly lower than that because what we're doing is we're adding a lot of adjunct faculty where you don't have the benefit cost associated with that. And so with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Trustees, any questions? Seeing none, then we're ready to vote on the monthly investment report.
Sharon, my vote is yes.
Could you turn your camera on, please?
It is on. Can't see.
Not on this end, no ma'am.
I can see myself. So hold on.
We can't see you.
You were on just a few minutes ago.
My vote is yes, it's not coming
Just
on.
tried to raise my hand.
We still need to see
Where's the
you.
file? Oh, I understand. I'm looking at my video options that say my camera is on. Huh. Interesting. Video stop, video start. I don't know what to tell you guys. It is telling me that my video camera is on for this meeting. So, can't fix it.
Okay, we'll note it.
Board Counsel? There
she
you
is.
are. Now we see you. One little button.
Oh, and that's interesting because that is supposed to be for PowerPoint slides. Okay.
What's your vote?
And your vote?
Tell us your vote.
My vote is yes.
Received. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 7-0.
Thank you. We'll now move to item B, Budget Workshop Number 1, Fiscal Year 2027 Budget Development Process. This is a report item. No action is required. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is the first in a series of workshops with the board to review the budget development timeline and draft operating budget for fiscal year 2026-27. And with your permission, Madam Chair, Vice Chancellor McCracken will lead the discussion and will open questions for guiding principles and direction from the board as the process and priorities are identified. Mr. McCracken. Thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor. This is the first of our series of budget workshops. What we tried to do this year is start a little bit earlier, provide more information at an earlier time frame, and also try to keep in mind the big picture of how this is going to look when it all plugs into a final budget. Please keep in mind we're talking about September of 27. These are projections that were based upon September and mid-October data, and so any of the particular numbers in regards to projections are going to change over the course of the budget cycle, but this is kind of what we're seeing as we start. So we just want to walk through very quickly what we see as the budget timeline, and in particular the guiding principles and priorities that we want to make sure that we're hitting, and those are really what we tried to capture that we've heard from the board members. And so we need some feedback on those things, and then we're going to talk about the preliminary budget inputs, take a quick look at 25. There's some data related to how that year ended. At 26, how we are looking, and then what that looks like going forward. And then we have kind of a revenue projection. We don't have the expense side yet. So when you think about the expense side yet, right now, all the division leads, all the program chairs, all of the departments are entering their data into the budget templates. We're collecting that. We haven't gone through all of that yet and refined it and combed it yet. So we're really starting with the constraint side right now, which is the revenue side. And then we'll talk about next steps. So if I go through and just talk about guiding principles, and again, this was our attempt to capture what we've heard. We've heard that we need to align the budget with the strategic priorities, the institutional annual priorities that are established for the chancellor and for the college by the board, that we need to use it to mitigate those significant risks that are showing up on the risk assessment, that we need to maintain a competitive tax rate that should remain among the lowest of the large urban peers so that we limit the burden on taxpayers. We need to maintain affordable tuition and fees so that that should remain among the lowest of large urban peers to ensure accessibility to students. and that we have to factor in the fact that there is a level of contingency planning that the administration is able to do, so that if we put in a budget and partway through the year it is clear that things are changing from the assumptions, that we can adapt and adopt and make changes to our spending trends to kind of adapt to that changing circumstances. I'm going to point back to this slide at the end because this is an area where we're going to ask the board in January to weigh in on to make sure that we're getting these right, because these are really setting the precedents or the inputs for all of the other numbers that we're going to talk about. So if in today's comments and questions, if we need to make changes to this, this is I would love it. Then we just talk about the strategic priorities, the institutional annual priorities. You are all familiar with these. We know the external influences on the budget. This is where last year there was a lot of unknowns. Fortunately, a lot of those unknowns kind of broke in our favor over the course of time. So we know that international student enrollment, for instance, right now is up. How that plays out, we're not certainly certain. Department of Education changes, etc. So there still are some unknowns that we have to adapt to. But when we looked at our preliminary budget inputs, what we see was we projected in the original projections an enrollment increase of 4% relative to FY26 projections, right? So we projected where we think we're going to end this year, and then we added 4% to that. Ad valorem taxes, we put in the voter approval rate of plus 8% compared to the prior year, and we're anticipating some decreases in other local income, primarily related to interest rates. We're also looking at increases in salaries. We know that we're going to have some new funding requests, strategic initiatives, push for some online college expansion, and then we have those major operating expenses. Budget development timeline. So this is workshop number 1 in December. In January, we hope to come back to you to get approval of those guiding principles, but also to have the rough numbers for the expense side of the budget inputted and some refined numbers on the revenue side. Review that in February, where we also have to approve tuition and fees, because those have to be in place by the time that the fall enrollment opens in April. And then in April, we'll do a second review of our preliminary budget, where that should have all of the new funding requests, reallocations, and all of those things in it. That should look like a final budget, where we come back with some feedback in May and present in workshop number 4 what we think are the final budgets. Hopefully we get it right. Whatever changes we need to make, we make by June, and then we come back and we ask for board approval in June. Then in August, we come back and we approve and ask for approval of the tax rates that are associated with the budget that was approved in June. So when we look at FY25, we see that we ended up in very good shape. Essentially, we contributed $18 million to the fund balance at the end of the year. Revenues ran very well. On the expense side, you can see that we ran below. When we look at FY26, compared to the projections of what we're looking at, we approved a budget of state appropriations we think is going to come in higher than what was originally projected. We think that ad valorem taxes is going to come in where we projected. At this time, we were projecting tuition and fees to come in about $21 million over what was originally projected. That number may go up probably another $5 or $6 million, depending on how spring shakes out. At the time we did these projections, spring enrollment was flat relative to last spring. It has since rebounded and is up, so there is some slack in there. The next couple slides I'm not going to spend a lot of time on. These are just the components of the budget in terms of how they break down in terms of our revenue and expenses, percentage of revenue coming from the various sources. A chart that you've seen before when we were talking about taxes in terms of taxable values and tax rates. Tuition and fees. Tuition and fees trends. This chart is simply showing what tuition and fees would look like if we just adjusted them every year to match the inflation rate based on the consumer price index. And essentially what you see is that we have maintained a rate that is below what you would see if we were adjusting with inflation. That's just a measure of affordability for the students. State appropriations is currently at 15% of total revenue. Over the course of time, while we may get more efficient at capturing those dollars that are available from the state, we do expect that over the course of time, as a percentage of the budget, it's going to probably continue to decline. That's been the long-term trend that we've seen. This is an update on how that state appropriations shakes out and where they're coming from, the various components of that. Other local income is primarily your investment income. This current year, we're budgeted at 3.75% as a rate of return. Right now, we're at 4.02. We're expecting that they're going to be cutting rates, so we expect that we're going to end the year probably slightly below the current budget, but this includes kind of a reduction in that rate for following years. This is showing our rate of return with the blue line, showing our rate of return compared to the 2-year Treasury over the last 3 years. Salaries and benefits. Salaries currently 56%. There's a slide in the appendix that compares our salaries relative to our large urban peers to show that in terms of our overall staffing level, we're actually running pretty efficiently compared to the other peers. The goal on that, of course, is under 60%. This is showing cost of living adjustments on staff salaries, with the yellow line being kind of the CPI adjustment, and then the other colored lines being various subsets of employees. You see that essentially since 2023, we've either maintained kind of, with the faculty, we've kind of exceeded a little bit what the consumer price index increases was, so our salaries have generally kept up. On some of the other groups, we've lagged behind a little bit. Major operating expense, we know that we've talked about these a lot: deferred maintenance, IT, safety and security, these are in there. When we look at a preliminary, this is showing 2 views of revenue, just to give you a sense of comparison. So the first is compared to the FY26 approved budget. The second is comparing it to our current projections, which were done when we were projecting spring and summer to be flat relative to the last spring and summer, and we were capturing fall. And so what you see essentially in either of those is you do see an increase overall in the revenue that's going to be available when we build out the expense side of the budget. Next steps, again, we're going to come back in January and ask for your approval of the guiding principles with any changes that we need to make, and present kind of what looks like a complete budget to you. There's going to be some plugs in there that are just placeholders for larger, in January and February, the Chancellor's Council has to go through all of the funding requests and prioritize those and establish which ones are going to move forward to the board. So what you'll see in January won't be the detail. It's going to be kind of a blanket number. That detail will come back in the budget that you will see in April. And with that, I'm opening to any questions or feedback.
Thank you for the presentation. Trustees, any questions?
Madam Chair?
Mr. Reichard.
We had talked earlier in the year, led by Trustee Laredo, about lowering the technology fee. And for this trustee, that is an absolute priority. You know, I think the college is benefiting from a statewide bounce in enrollment, which is great. But if you look at Austin Community College, they actually started a free tuition program and saw record enrollment. And so, you know, I don't want to be left behind. And I think that with the economy being so uncertain, the job market being so uncertain, affordability is key. And whatever we can do to make things easier for our students, to this trustee, is a priority. So I know we're going to have to talk about fees and tuition in February, so it's going to be sooner than some of these other decisions need to be made. So I want to make sure that to give that feedback.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustees? Trustee Wilson?
One of the things that I guess last year the city of Houston hired Ernst & Young to do an efficiency study to streamline and make certain that we're getting all the bang they could for the bucks they're spending. They weren't duplicating efforts, and that they were being wise stewards for the taxpayers of the money. And I wonder if that would, not only wonder, I'd like to suggest that HCC looks at doing some kind of study, so maybe we can squeeze some money out so we can have some free tuition, squeeze some expenses out so we can have some free tuition in the future. So I think that we need to look at the other side of that coin too, and getting a third-party outside source, I think would be a wise financial thing for this board to consider.
Thank you.
And one more. In January, I'll guarantee you, we're going to come up with, you were going to ask input from the board. You'll get it in January.
Thank you. Trustee Sheehan.
Yeah, just a few items. One, appreciate the update on academic year 26. That is a large potential surplus, as we talked about recently. I know our normal course of action around these things is kind of to wait until the May-June timeframe to put a budget amendment together. But given that we know it's coming, and given that we know that we've got some significant deferred maintenance opportunities and so forth, I think it'd be good to, talk about what we know is certain in maybe January or February, so we can get after it and get ahead on some of those projects. And if there's work that was really high regrets that we cut when we thought our assumptions were going to be very dire, and we can pull some of that forward. Not that we can't do another amendment in May or June if we feel like the stars really line up in our favor, but I think it'd be good to get ahead on some of that deferred maintenance while we can earlier in the year. I made this comment in the academic and student affairs discussion, but really keen for us to consider continuing the Reconnect and the Connect 2 scholarship funding. I mean, I think from a overall balance sheet fiscal HB8 funding standpoint, that those programs pay for themselves very quickly. And we didn't have the kind of enrollment this year that we were hoping for, but we learned a lot, and I think we'll get there over time. So maintaining that financial support, I think, would be important in the budget. I do think we have, as we talked about also in the Academic and Student Affairs Committee, opportunity for us to lean forward on some program expansions. And I think that would be good for us to talk about sooner rather than later as well. We have heard a lot recently about AI data center construction. Apparently there's another expansion at the Port of Houston that's being considered. Eli Lilly's coming in, Tesla's coming in. There's a lot of need for welders, HVAC, electricians, et cetera. Those investments to expand those programs to allow more students to come through and get a high earning credential, those will pay for themselves pretty quickly as well. But it'd be good to see those kinds of capital investment opportunities come through as part of the budget, given that I agree with Trustee Reichard, the economy is incredibly uncertain. We also find ourselves in a very unique spot in terms of the Houston economy in particular, with all these companies moving to Texas and with all these jobs cropping up in the region. I asked you for the FY27 expense estimate. Thanks for clarifying that that's not available yet. Yep. Let's see, anything else?
If I may, you ask a question that we need some clarification on.
Okay.
You ask a question regarding I forget the phrasing you used, but the budget impact of increased tuition revenue. Were you asking what the marginal cost is associated with the dollars, or were you asking it in terms of how we were just struggling with how to frame that?
So I suspect, we are living in an uncertain world. That's not going to change between last budget cycle and this budget cycle. And some of our assumptions will be wrong. And my preference, one trustee's preference, is that we're wrong on the side we were wrong this time, where we're a bit too conservative and we end up with a bit of a windfall afterwards, then to, really lean forward, and then we have to dip $20-30 million in the fund balance. But I think it would be helpful to have some parameters if we are conservative that, say we say 4% enrollment growth and it ends up being 10. That high side opportunity, we think we would need an incremental $3-5 million in faculty and staffing funding, so then we can have a more informed discussion when it comes to setting the tax rate. I agree with Trustee Wilson that every year somebody has a good reason to challenge the tax rate agreement that we made just a couple months prior. And given the uncertainty of the economic situation we find ourselves in, that will happen again. But it'd be good to have a more informed discussion so that we can be a little bit more flexible with that tax rate, given how conditions will evolve. It does, it pains me a little bit that we default to the 8% all the time, that voter approval limit, when we don't necessarily need the funding in the short term. So that's what I'm hoping to get, so we can have that more informed discussion.
That's helpful, thank you.
Okay. One last comment, and then I'll stop filibustering. ERP upgrade. Just want to make sure that we do carve out budget line item for that while we're determining if that decision needs to be made. We need to stop kicking that particular can down the road. So.
Thank you. Trustee Davis?
Yeah, I want to echo what Trustee Cheban shared about timing of giving us budgetary considerations relative to the latter half of the fiscal year. So I think us having that earlier, we don't meet in March, so ideally, as we move further in the budget process, us having that information with proposals from the administration sooner rather than later is certainly helpful and allows the board to also provide input in that process. Trustee Reichard has mentioned technology fee, deferred maintenance, and a bunch of other things. I also want to echo Trustee Wilson's comments about the chance of the possibility of having a review done of our operations and efficiencies. I think it's just good practice for any organization, especially one of our size and complexity. And in that context, Trustee Cheban, you took it right out of my mouth about the ERP, because it's one thing to look at things from a fiscal standpoint, but also on an overall analysis, and that looks at the ERP. We're supposed to be going through that transition. I was going to ask about where we were in that process, because it's not really being any recent updates, so to speak. I know we were given a broad timeline, but I think that's going to be helpful, and having that outside set of eyes can kind of help us piece all these different component pieces together. So it's something that I want to join my colleagues in echoing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Well, I'm glad to see that I'm being heard, because at every time we talk about budget, I always say we got to do more for the students. And so when I see this large amount being left over at the end of the year, I cringe, because I said we could have helped the students more. And I want to see us do more for the campuses. I know some of them do without, so that the numbers look good. But we need to, if we have the money there, they need to start using it where they need it. And where they need it is for the students. So I'm going to be looking at that for the next budget meeting.
Okay. Thank you.
Chancellor, do you have anything to add?
No, in fact, this resonates with us because we had our executive team meeting on Monday, and many of these items we discussed as well and laid out. And so we are in perfect alignment, and we look forward to bringing this information back to the board. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I want to say thank you for everyone's dedication and working with us this year on all the committees to make Houston City College the very best and the top community college in the nation. So thank you. And on that, the meeting of the Committee of the Whole is adjourned at
2:58 p.m.
58. So we have an event.
Good? Okay. The meeting of the Audit Committee for December 3rd, 2025 will now come to order at
4:00 p.m.
This meeting was called for the purposes listed on the duly posting meeting notice. The other committee members are Trustee Renee Patterson, Trustee Monica Flores-Reichart, and alternate Trustee Lalu Davies, and our Chair, Trustee Preta Vanderbilt Stallworth. A citizen desiring to speak before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizen form 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services Office. There are no citizens who signed up to speak before the Audit Committee today. Is there a motion to approve Item A, Annual Comprehensive Financial Report and Independent Audit Report for the fiscal year ended August 31st, 2025?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. We will now have a discussion on the item. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is a recommendation for your consideration of approval of the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, ACFR, and Independent Auditors Reports for the fiscal year ended August 31st, 2025. And with your permission, Madam Chair, Vice Chancellor McCracken and the Forest Reserve's representative will provide an overview and respond to questions. Okay.
Thank you, Chancellor. Angie Dunlap, partner from Forvis, is going to present the bulk of this presentation. I just want to take a moment at the beginning. The Government Finance Officers Association offers an award every year for excellence in financial reporting. Their goal of that organization is to make sure that the annual comprehensive financial reports are fully transparent, full disclosure, and recognize governments that meet that standard. We have met that standard 18 years in a row. And so some members of the finance and accounting team who put that report, that big thick one that's at the back of this presentation, together are in the back room. If they could please stand up and be recognized. And with that, I'm going to introduce Angie Dunlap, partner with Forvis.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
As Mr. McCracken said, I'm Angie Dunlap, and I'm the audit partner for the audit of Houston City College as of August 31st, 2025. And so what you have before you is our communication as it relates to the results of the audit of the financial statements for the college. And so I will just go through this communication. If you do have any questions along the way, definitely feel free to jump in at any point in time. I will say from the beginning that the results of the financial statements will just be, the results of the audit will just at this point in time include the financial statements. Typically, we also provide a report on the single audit, which is the audit of your federal and state funding. However, this year, the Office of Management and Budget, a federal agency that issues the compliance supplement, which we utilize for purposes of performing the audit procedures on your federal funding, did not issue until the day before Thanksgiving. So we weren't able to finalize the audit. We had performed procedures, but we weren't able to finalize that work until that particular document was finalized. So we'll be completing our procedures this week in relation to that portion of your audit, and it will be included when you present it to and submit it to the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. So just wanted to make you aware of that. So in relation to the audit, we have specific required communications regarding our audit strategy and our approach. And effectively, our scope of the audit relates to the financial statements, again, as of year ended August 31st, 2025. We are responsible for providing an opinion on the financial statements, that they are in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles and that they are fairly presented. And so I will say, based off of the procedures that we have performed and the reviews that we performed, we will be issuing unmodified opinions as it relates to the financial statements for the college. We do perform the audit procedures in accordance with government auditing standards as well. So in that, we also issue a report on internal control over compliance for the financial statements themselves. And so that is also a report that we will be providing. We do also like to just make you aware that we are independent of the college, and so you don't have any issues with kind of conflict of interest in that regard. And then, as I stated, we do issue that internal control over financial reporting report. This audit is also considered what we call a group audit because it includes the Houston Community College Foundation, which is presented as a discretely presented component unit. So effectively, the financial statements of that foundation are included in the financial statements. They are audited by other auditors, so we do rely on the audit opinion of those other auditors, and so those are incorporated into the financial statements that is presented to you that's in your draft right now. And then there is other information because the college does issue an annual comprehensive financial report, so it does include other information such as the transmittal letter, the chancellor's letter, the statistical section, which we do not provide an opinion on, but we do review the information to make sure that it is internally consistent and there's no information that's inconsistent with what's presented in the financial statements themselves. And the objective there is that we are looking at it again for consistency, just to make sure there's no particular issues. And we did not identify any issues. Anything that we do identify, you know, we communicate with the finance team, and they make the modifications necessary in the financial statements. And then there's just some other matters that we want to kind of share with you as well in regards to significant accounting policies. Those are included in Note 2 of the audited financial statements. This year, the college, along with a number of other institutions, implemented GASB 101, which relates to compensated absences. So it effectively required an additional liability to the college. Historically, the college has recognized compensated absence, primarily vacation, but under the new requirements, sick leave is being accounted for as a liability. So for 2025 purposes, that was an increase of approximately about $8 million as it relates to the sick leave liability. And that's based off of an estimate of usage in the future year. So it's not all of sick leave that a particular employee earns, but it's based off of estimated usage. So that's new. That's been included and incorporated in the financial statements. There were no unusual policies or methods that we were noted, no alternative accounting treatments. Also in the financial statements, there's embedded estimates, and so that we do look at those estimates to make sure that they're reasonable and perform audit procedures, and those include like your allowance for your uncollectible receivables, whether that's taxes or student receivables, depreciation and amortization, the net pension, OPEB, that should say OPEB, not OPES, liability is an estimate, and that's actuarially determined by the actuaries for the teacher retirement system and an employee retirement system of which you participate in, along with the fair value of investments. And then from a financial statement disclosures, there are certain information that's included in the note disclosures that we deem to be significant, and that's the determination of fair values of your investments as well. In terms of kind of just the judgment about the quality of the college's accounting principles, we did look at that information in terms of estimates and judgments and found those to be reasonable. All significant transactions have been recognized in the financial statements, and any required changes. Last year we reported to you that the net investment in capital assets, which is a component of net position, had a miscalculation error in it. Those changes were corrected in the current year, and there were no issues with respect to that particular line item in the financial statements. We did have one audit adjustment this year that are also reflected in the financial statements, and this relates to unearned revenue and the recognition of unearned revenue. So basically, because of the way the semesters fall, students may pay ahead for the fall 2025 semester, and so that particular revenue is not earned until the classes start. So management makes an adjustment related to that. And so one of the adjustments that needed to be made is that the payment plans, individuals that might be on a payment plan, were included in that unearned revenue. And since they hadn't actually paid prior to fiscal year end, That should not be included as unearned revenue, so that was a $15 million balance sheet adjustment. So it was basically unearned revenue and the student receivable, so it was no impact to net position there. And then as it relates to what we call uncorrected misstatements, or basically past adjustments, this is in relation to the adoption of GASB 101 for compensated absences. It did require a retroactive application, so you basically had to look back at 2024 to see what the impact was. So the impact for 2024 was $6.8 million. That was not material overall to the financial statement, so it did not require a restatement to the 2024 net position. And then there were no prior period uncorrected misstatements from previous years. And then just other required communications. Like I said, we talked about the implementation of GASB 101 basically throughout the year. It wasn't something that we just waited till the audit year end. We did some particular training for the finance team for them to be familiar with that particular standard. And so that was done during the course of the year. And then when we do issue the final report, you'll also include it in this presentation. We'll have the management representation letter that management signs representing to various aspects of their responsibility for the audit. And then that will be included and then resubmitted back to the body for your records as well. So with that concludes what I wanted to present as it relates to the results of the audit. Again, we had great cooperation from the management team throughout the audit process, and kudos to them. You saw them recognized earlier. They do a really great job of trying to get all of this pulled together in a short period of time, and we appreciate their efforts. So with that, if there are any questions, I'm more than happy to address them at this time.
Committee members, are there any questions?
Thank you for your hard work.
All right.
Outstanding.
Wonderful. Thank you.
And since this is the only item for the audit committee,
To vote
we
on
need
it?
to vote.
Yeah.
So we will call for the vote. I've got to find mine.
Voting.
That's yes for me. This is Dr. Tamez.
Hi, Dr. Tomaz. We're still on the audit committee.
Oh, yes, sorry about that.
No problem.
Thank you. I got too excited about the audit report. Thank you.
All right. The motion passed with a vote of 3-0.
Outstanding. And there are no more items, so the audit committee stands adjourned at?
4:13 p.m.
Excellent.
Good afternoon. The regular meeting will now come to order on December the 3rd, 2025 at
4:13 p.m.
Meeting was called for the purposes as listed on the duly posted meeting notice. We express our condolences and our thoughts and prayers to Trustee Renee Jefferson Patterson in the passing of her grandmother, Ms. Dolores Gooden, who passed on Monday, November 24th, 2025. The services are scheduled for Saturday, December the 6th, 2025, with the viewing from 10 until 11 and the funeral service at 11 a.m. Both the viewing and funeral will be held at New Light Christian Center, located at 1535 Greensmark Drive, Houston, Texas, 77067. Let us also remember in our thoughts and prayers all those who have lost loved ones. At this time, Trustee Monica Reichart will lead us in prayer, followed by the pledges. Trustee Reichart.
Trustee Laredo. Dear God, as we gather during this Christmas season, we give thanks for the blessings you've placed upon our HCC family. We ask your protection and care over our students, faculty, and staff. May they find rest, joy, and safety during this holiday break. Fill their homes with peace, their hearts with hope, and their minds with confidence for the year ahead. Guide us as leaders to serve with wisdom, compassion, and courage. May the coming new year bring renewed purpose, strong community, and opportunities for every student to thrive. We place our trust in your grace as we continue this important work together. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible.
Justice for
Texas flag, pledge allegiance to the
Texas, one state, under God, one.
Thank you, everyone, for indulging us in having two in one meeting for today, so thank you. The minutes for November 2025 will be presented for approval at the regular meeting in January 2026. We will now move to our awards, presentations, and recognitions. Todd DePlantis will introduce the awards, presentations, and recognitions. Todd?
Good afternoon. We now invite board members of the Trahan family to join the trustees and Chancellor Ford Fischler in front of the dais for the check presentation, joined by Dr. Michael Webster, President of HCC Southwest College, Karen L. Schmidt, HCC Foundation President, and Christina Perez, Development Director. We're pleased to announce the gift in the amount of $100,000 presented by the Trahan Charitable Foundation. We want to thank the Trahan Charitable Foundation for such a gracious and generous donation in support of the success for our students. Trustees and Chancellor, you may remain in front of the dais right now. We've got a couple more. At this time, we invite Jenny Hampton and Marina Adams of Assistance League of Houston to join the trustees and Chancellor Ford Fisher in front of the dais for the check presentation, along with Dr. Norma Perez, Vice Chancellor Instructional Services, and Chief Academic Officer, also Karen Schmidt, HCC Foundation President, and Will Horton. We're pleased to announce a gift in the amount of $20,000 presented by the Assistance League of Houston in support of the VAST Academy. We express our sincere gratitude to the Assistance League of Houston for their altruistic support of the VAST Academy. Trustees and Chancellor, you may now return to the dais. And at this time, we welcome Karen Schmidt to the podium for comments on the check presentations.
Thank you very much, Board of Trustees members, and I hope each and every one of you have a very happy holidays. And on behalf of the HCC Foundation, little elves between 3 and 4 o'clock this afternoon put little gifts on your chairs. And we hope that you enjoy your new merch from the HCC Foundation. And in particular, thank you to the Board of Trustees and to Chancellor Ford Fisher, as I'm honored as the HCC Foundation President to thank the Assistance League for their support of HCC's VAST Academy. The Assistance League presented a check at their Books and Brunch event for $20,000 to the HCC VAST Academy earlier this year, and we are recognizing that gift today. Sue Maraska, Director of VAST Academy, gave remarks during the program at Books and Brunch about how impactful the Assistance League support is for VAST students. This contribution supports 10 Assistance League VAST scholars with a $2,000 scholarship per scholar. Since they began supporting students in VAST Academy, the Assistance League has made a cumulative contributions of over $200,000 to the HCC Foundation, starting with their first check in 2009. Their generosity has made it possible for VAST students to persist in their studies and complete an occupational skills award. Now I'd like to invite Ms. Jeannie Hampton and Ms. Marina Adams from the Assistance League of Houston to the podium for a few remarks.
Good evening. I'm Jenny Hampton, and I'm president of Assistance League of Houston. And this is my third time to be president of our chapter. And I joined our chapter in 2017, and I got to know pretty well about the VAST program. And we were very, very impressed with the program. I had the opportunity to go down to one of the classes and actually give some of the scholarships out to the students. And I got to see them in action. And at the time, this was probably 3 or 4 years ago, they were working on PowerPoint presentations. And I was very impressed. They actually did some of them for us. So it was very nice to see them in action. but I want to congratulate you. One of the things that Assistance League has as far as their mission is to get some of the students who are normally not given scholarships or not looked at. And this is the VAST program fit in with our mission. And I'm just so impressed that someone had the foresight to put a VAST program, to put that in place for the students. So we are just so happy to and really honored to be able to contribute to it. And it's something that we continue to do in perpetuity. So thank you for the opportunity, because it does make us feel better too that we're helping our students here in Houston. Thank you. Thank you.
And now, Board Chair Laredo, trustees, and Chancellor Ford Fisher, it is my honor to express our heartfelt gratitude to the Trahan Charitable Foundation for their generous support of HCC and our students. Through their remarkable gift of not $100, but $100,000, the Trahan Foundation has chosen to invest in both the present and future of our students, creating an endowed scholarship for those pursuing workforce programs and a current use named scholarship with a focus on early childhood teacher education, paralegal, legal assistance, and workforce studies. Because of the Trahan family's generosity and vision, students across HCC will have a greater access to the education and training that changes lives. We are deeply grateful for this meaningful partnership and for the Trahan family's enduring commitment to education and community. Their generosity will continue to ripple throughout Fort Bend County and beyond. Now it is my pleasure to invite Mr. Trahan to share a few words. Mr. Trahan?
Good afternoon, the honorable trustees and board members and the faculties of Houston City College. HCC is doing a great job in imparting higher education, vocational training to the students. To further support this program, Trahan Charitable Foundation is pleased to participate in that in the two ways: Trahan Charitable Foundation Endowment Fund and Trahan Charitable Foundation Scholarship Fund. Trahan Charitable Foundation, the primary function is to impart education to the underprivileged persons so then bring them into the mainstream of society. As far as I am concerned, I came here as a student and did my master's in engineering from University of Michigan Ann Arbor, which opened the doors for me for the various opportunities, develop confidence, and give some tangible contribution to the society at large. I am thankful to the ACC to giving us an opportunity to be a partner in this noble cause. They're doing that. Thank you for listening and good luck.
Thank you, Karen, and again, thank you to the Trahan family and the Assistance League of Houston for your support and donation to HCC. Madam Chair, this concludes the awards, presentations, and recognitions.
Ms. Trahan, Ms. Trahan.
Thank you, Eva, for giving me the opportunity.
Yes.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I would like to say special mention of HCC Board of Trustees, the entire Houston City College community, Chairperson Eva Laredo, Board of Trustees, Dr. Ford Fisher, Chancellor of HCC, and Dr. Michael Webster, President of HCC. I think Michael Webster is HCC President in Southwest Houston of Fort Bend. On behalf of Trehan Charitable Foundation, it's my privilege to be part of this community. And actually, to be honest with you, I've been part of this community since long. First, when I arrived in America in 1974, I was in Chicago, and in 1976, I wanted to further my education, so I didn't know what to do. So I joined one course in early childhood education in Chicago Community College. That's where I was introduced to Montessori education. I just fell in love with it. I did not know anything about it. And when I learned that there is a method of education which respects children, because the way I was raised in India was we were told what to do. And I'm talking about way back. I'm 80 years old. So, so I'm talking about this happened when I was kind of 10 or 12 years old. I started realizing, how come the adults don't talk with respect? They tell us what to do. And when I learned about Montessori, I said, wow, there is a method which respects children. Okay, I want to learn more. So I looked in the Yellow Pages, that is way back in 1976, and I found these two training centers in Chicago, Mecca Seton, and then other was Southwest Houston. Southwest Montessori Center in Chicago. I called both the schools, and when I called Mecca Seton, the person who answered was very kind. And I said, that's where I'm going to go. That's where I did my training. And then there was no end to education, because I did not know myself that I love children. I believe in education. But that was a kind of a gate opened up for me to learn about myself, what my desires are. But later on, when I came to Houston, and I wanted to open my own school, the very first school in 1986. 1985, I said, I don't know how to do accounting. I don't know. If I'm going to be the director of the school, I should know something about it. I started doing one course in Stafford Community College. Stafford Community College, right. That was way back in 85. And I learned about accounting, but guess what? I got B+ grade, still don't like accounting. But just to make the long story short, here I am. I believe in education. I believe in children. I believe in imparting good values in addition to not only learning ABC, how to read and write. We must inculcate good habits. And I feel in Houston, HCC has long stood as a gateway of opportunity for students across the city, including in Fort Bend County. We are very proud to support this endeavor you guys are doing, the incredible work all of you are doing. Not only you, even the foundation people. They are doing an amazing job. So we look forward to seeing the impact of our contribution as students gain skills, confidence, and pathways they need to succeed. Thank you for your leadership, your educational, your dedication, your unwavering commitment for the next generation's workforce. We believe people should have skill sets. In addition to degrees, we must have skill sets to succeed in life. Our family would like to give a special mention to David, its board chair of HCC Foundation, Kerry Schmidt, and also Christina Perez for hand-holding us in guiding us to this contribution. And I would like to mention a name who has contributed a lot towards our foundation, my son, Dhruv Trehan, and his wife, Gauri Trehan. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you. And Ms. Trahan is a former preschool teacher and Montessori teacher, you're right on track. So thank you.
Madam
Again,
Chair.
thank you. Thank you. We can, we'll look into it. Yeah. Okay, you're available. Okay, great, thank you. Thank you so much. Trustee Wilson.
You know, it's, this morning, I got up, I was kind of bummed out and things weren't going good, and you look at all what's going on in the world, and the day got better, and then I come to the board meeting today, and I see the generosity of the Trahan family and the Assistance League, and I'm kind of uplifted after hearing that, and it's so encouraging from the mood I was in this morning to where I am now, and the gratitude isn't, I don't know what the right word is, but it feels real good to have people in the community that believe in Houston City College and give to our students and help people to help people. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart, and I appreciate that. Thank you all. Except, why'd you let Ohio State beat Michigan?
Thank you so much.
I'm
Yes,
so
Trustee.
excited about both of these organizations, the Trahan Family and Assistance League, for giving to our students specifically. We have had a years-long discussion about having Vast Academy to expand and to really help students. And we have taken that to heart. And it is so refreshing to see an organization that supports our Vast Academy students. Trahan family, thank you so much, especially to the engineer that spoke. It was truly a blessing to have you all to give to our students, because this is something that our board chair has said. This is something as audit chair, I said I would commit to assisting the board chair in finding funding for our students, because we know difficult times are coming. So thank you so very much for supporting our students. It is amazing and it is wonderful, and we really, really appreciate both your organizations for giving to our students at Houston City College. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you again. At this time, we're going to open the floor for trustees to provide information regarding activities in their respective districts, an overview from conferences or workshops attended, and/or to recognize individuals for outstanding contributions in the community that promote education and community service. We ask trustees to limit their comments to no more than 2 minutes. Thank you. We'll start on this end.
I just wanted to congratulate the foundation on a wonderful meeting this past November 20th. There was an in-person meeting, and very just wonderful to see everybody so engaged and working hard to make sure that our students have what they need to be successful. So I was just very happy to be a part of it. Thank you.
I do have something this time. I've been saving them up. So have a few recognitions for the DIT team. First, they launched their first in a series of industry symposiums on AI. The first was focused on AI in manufacturing. The next one will be focused on AI in law enforcement. That one will be held on December the 15th at Northeast College. So congratulations to the DI team for launching these very important conversations to help our partners and friends in various industries understand how AI can really be transformative for their work. Also want to congratulate the DIT team on a successful series of AI Kickstarter workshops. These workshops were focused on parents building AI skills side by side with their high school age students. So fun and learning at the same time. They had about 24 or so participants in each one of the three. So exciting to see our DIT team reaching into the community in exciting and creative ways. Finally, and I don't want to steal too much of Chancellor Ford Fisher's thunder, because I'm sure she's going to talk about this, congratulations to the DIT team on the recently announced grant from Google to expand AI training across the region. I know a lot of work went into pulling that together and getting across the line, so congratulations to them. Also wanted to say thank you to Dr. Robertson-Tobin and Dr. Urbina on the recent information exchange with Tesla. Tesla's leadership from their new Brookshire facility, which is a megapack battery manufacturing facility, toward our Stafford Advanced Manufacturing COE. And our HCC leaders, faculty, and students visited the Tesla Brookshire facility a few days afterwards. So it was really exciting to see that exchange of information, and I hope that blossoms into something more. And then finally, wanted to say congrats to our 8 welding students who were offered job interviews by SpaceX to support their Starship program down in Boca Chica. This builds on an already strong showing from our spring cohort, and it's really exciting to see that particular partnership blossom. So congrats to everything that's going on in District 5 and the Southwest College.
Thank you. Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The program we had between 1 and 3, the American Idol program, we had the stars performing for us there at a singing deal. So next year I'd like to request a dancing type of Dancing with the Stars performance for a Christmas thing. And I appreciate the Chancellor putting that on. That was very great. And the singing of the staff, I was very impressed with all the talent we have of the executive staff, Chancellor. So thank you all, and Merry Christmas. Good wishes to everyone for a new year, a happy new year. Thank you.
Well, guys, I got a new hip. I better say that first.
Ready to dance.
I'm ready to dance. And I want to thank President Michael Webster, because they called me to speak at the International Project Management Day, so I was able to escape for my circumstances, my lockdown circumstances, for one day. I paid the price the next day because I had only been out of surgery a week, but I'm glad that he invited me, and it was a great International Project Management Day, and I look forward to it next year. I want to thank Congressman Al Green for hosting the Congressional App Challenge for our high school students who are also dual credit students. This app challenge is nationwide. Every congressional district gets to do it. But from what I understand, no other congressional district does it in this region except Congressman Green. So congratulations to the winner of the Congressional App Challenge. And I'd like to say a very special personal thank you to President Fran Villagrán Glover, who coached me through my hip surgery challenge, because she knew I didn't want to do it, and I said it all the time. And she was very encouraging. And then she started behaving like a Marine. So I was afraid not to do it at that point. But thank you so much, because it was very difficult for me to choose to do it. And you were there 100% of the time. So thank you so very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I just want to thank all the presidents for all the hard work that y'all did, and to the students. I know there's a lot of competitions out there, and the students have done very, very well. And so I know our robotics team that we keep asking for help. Proud to say that the Waltrip team and several others, but I know of that one because of my nephew, they made it to national robotics in January. So we'll be pulling for them, rooting for them, that they do well. It's always a great experience for students when they leave their nest and go out, and they learn more. And so the good thing about it is that it'll instill in their minds what they're capable of doing for the future. So we thank them. And we thank all of you out there that have always you have your heart in your work, and so we thank you for that. And I wish all of you all a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, and stay safe and blessed. So thank you.
Madam Chair, hi. Can I go next?
Yes.
May I? And I'm sorry that I was late. My apologies. We had a couple of grants that were due today at work, so I had to make sure those got out. So thank you. I know, Ramel, that I missed you singing. I heard you were amazing, And so, wow, I'm going to have to get that recording of that. And to the choir, the leadership choir, I think there was a choir as well. So thank you for the moment by moment that I was missing out on. But happy holidays to everyone, and God bless each and every one of you. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
We pause to express happy birthday wishes to Dr. Cynthia Linton Gary, who celebrated her birthday on December the 1st. Happy birthday. And Trustee Dave Wilson, who will celebrate his birthday on December 25th, Christmas Day. Now I know. You know, when you have to celebrate a birthday on Christmas Day, you only get one gift, right? Yeah. So wow, you'll have to celebrate it. Make another celebration in the middle of the year, so you can have two. Okay. We wish y'all many, many more wonderful birthday celebrations. Happy. The board meeting schedule. Please note that the following meetings are scheduled for the month of January. The first one will be January 14th, okay? Not the first week, the second week. January 14th is our committee meetings, time to be determined. On January 14th also will be committee of the whole meeting at 4 p.m. And January the 21st will be our regular board meeting at 4 p.m. These meetings will be held at the HCC Administration Building, 3100 Main Street, and will be posted according to the Open Meeting Act requirements. And again, I thank you for working with us in just having one meeting in December. Required training. It is required that the training completed by newly elected or appointed trustees in accordance to Texas Education Code Section 61.084 for members of governing boards be recorded in the meeting minutes at the end of the year. We want to read in the record that Trustee Renee Jefferson Patterson completed the required training provided by Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. This concludes the chairman's report. We will now hear from Dr. Ford Fisher with the Chancellor's report.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm so delighted to provide an update, and I'll be brief, and I'd like to begin by saying happy birthday for the birthday. Trustees, thank you so very, very much for this opportunity. I'd like to begin by focusing on the total enrollment comparison, spring of 2025 versus spring of 2026. So on December the 1st, HCC's total spring enrollment is up over 29,000 students, up 13.8% versus the comparative day in 2025. On the next slide, you will see the team is doing an outstanding job. You will see the HCC enrollment comparison, spring 2025 versus spring of 2026. And so the credit enrollment is up over 15% with strong dual credit enrollment. Continuing education enrollment is down a little over 16%, which is approximately 200 students, but we still have ample time to build up those enrollment numbers. For the next item, HCC total enrollment comparison, the spring of 2025 versus the spring of 2026. So as we approach the spring, HCC's total spring 2026 enrollment is up 5.2% over last year. The next slide will show the HCC total enrollment comparison, the academic year 2024-25 versus the academic year 2025-26. And I'd like to just bring to your attention that the 2025-26 is reflecting 4 months of enrollment growth. So you see that already we have exceeded what we saw last year. As of the end of November, HCC's year-to-date annual enrollment was 70,627, up 7% over last year. Our annual credit enrollment is currently up a little over 10%, whereas our CEU enrollment is down 7.4%, once again, with ample opportunity to improve upon those numbers as well. I would like to also mention that HCC was selected to be a part of the Aspen Institute Collaborative, which is the first one for trustees and the CEOs of the institutions. We have 3 members of the HCC board, the executive committee, to include the chair of the board, the vice chair, and we have the secretary of the board as well, who will be going to the collaborative meeting in Dallas. Trustee Laredo, Trustee Lilu Davies, Yamiten, and Trustee Chiban. I will be accompanying the board, and we will be focusing on student success and how we improve upon the metrics and the goals to achieve even greater success for our students. So we'll be delighted to bring information back to the team, and we will be using a lot of this data as well as we then move forward with discussing the strategic plan. The entire Board of Trustees will be involved in the remaining discussions after the meeting in December this month, where all of that data will be provided and the board members in toto will have an opportunity to give input, direction, and of course advise. So we're looking forward to that meeting. We'll be leaving on tomorrow for the meeting, and we'll be there on Thursday and Friday and be returning either Friday evening or Saturday morning. So with that, it's very exciting times for us. And of course, with student success, that is one of the primary drivers for being considered for the Aspen Prize, which is a $1 million prize from Aspen. So we are certainly looking forward to that, not just because of the prize, but because of what the work that we do will mean for our students. Thank you. And so next, what I'd like to do is to tag on to the report given by Trustee Chiban regarding the Google grant for $2 million. And I'd like to thank Dr. Webster and members of his team for all of the great work to move us in this direction. And I would like for him to come to the podium and to briefly provide an update about what this grant means and how we will be reaching out throughout the region. Dr. Webster.
Thank you, Chancellor, trustees. I'm excited to talk about this opportunity because it's really big. As you may have seen in our recent press release, Houston City College received $2 million, a little over that, in funding from Google.org to expand artificial intelligence programs, train more instructors, and boost the Greater Houston region's pipeline of students entering fast-growing AI and robotics careers.
Yay, all right.
With this financial support from Google, HCC is tackling the shortage of AI instructors, both at the K-12 level and post-secondary. This initiative will connect students and instructors to hands-on AI skills training and real workforce opportunities. The support specifically from Google will allow HCC to hire full-time AI faculty and technicians, develop new curriculum, expand professional development, and equip some of our labs. Part of the funding will also be used to grow dual credit enrollment across our Houston area school districts. And now during the initial phase of the funding, HCC expects to train 40 college instructors and 40 high school instructors as well to teach AI coursework. We'll then launch into training actual students as well. Our first professional development specifically is for HCC faculty and will be held next week on December 11th, and we will begin rolling out training for school districts the following semester. The funding will also allow HCC to build a regional coalition of at least 20 institutions, industry partners, and nonprofits. This group will align resources and training and respond directly to workforce demand in our region. We've already started this work. Last month we hosted a AI and manufacturing symposium out at the Stafford campus and actually trained employers on AI skills to improve efficiency in the plants. We're going to conduct the next one on December 17th at Northeast for law enforcement in AI. Lastly, I'd like to thank Dean Samir Saber of the Digital Information Technology Center of Excellence, Joe Fleischman, the Associate Dean, and the whole team at DIT is working on this right now. They put the grant together and now they're implementing it. So you got to spend $2 million in a year. It's pretty hard work. And then lastly, I'd like to thank the foundation and Christina Perez in particular for all the work leading up to the grant award. And just to close, I want to say
HCC is leading the nation in this work, and this grant is a testament to the efforts of the staff and faculty to do this. So thank you all. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Dr. Webster. Great team. Congratulations. And we thought you would want to know more details about the grant and what this means for HCC. So thank you so very much for that and all the great work, Dr. Webster, and to the members of the team. Thank you. And at this time, Madam Chair, members of the board, I would like to invite the 2025-26 Faculty Senate President, Dr. Nathan Smith, to the podium to present the Faculty Senate report. Dr. Smith.
Thank you, Chancellor Ford Fisher. Good afternoon, trustees. I want to first wish you all a very happy holidays and best wishes for the new year. As we wrap up the fall semester, I know faculty are thinking about the break, the start of a new semester. We're also thinking a lot about instructional quality, rigor, and assessment. So I wanted to talk a little bit about that topic with you today. Of course, that should be top of our minds as next week we go to graduation. And we recognize that instructional quality is what underwrites the degrees we confer. So while we recognize, of course, the necessity of assessment to confirm that our classes meet the designated learning outcomes, we also know that these metrics are not sufficient to capture what is meant by instructional quality. One way I've been thinking about this is to return to the great American philosopher of education, John Dewey. He reminds us that the underlying mission of education is to maintain social continuity. It is through education that we develop the next generation of workers, employers, and citizens. Education equips them with the capacity to grasp the shared knowledge of our society and empowers them to contribute to future progress. For this reason, we should conceive of our goals of education in terms of equipping students as future participants and contributors to our community. This means we cannot continue to describe education in terms of merely pouring information into our students as if they were empty vessels. Quality education is not passive absorption. It is active engagement in learning and personal growth. As Dewey writes, as it is related to our students, growth is not something done to them, it is something they do. With this in mind, we should never think of our educational practice as indoctrination, but rather we should understand our best educational practices as liberating our students to grow into who they are, empowering them to be lifelong learners, and enabling them to realize their own self-actualization as people first, as career professionals, and importantly, as citizens of the city of Houston and beyond. With that in mind, I want to take a moment to recognize two faculty who lead programs that help all of our faculty realize this ideal of instructional quality. First, Laura Ayers is a professor of anthropology and director of the Faculty Academy. Professor Ayers, please stand. The Faculty Academy provides optional professional development for faculty, led by faculty, instructors, and facilitators. Some of the topics from this fall semester include a book club on the book A Pedagogy of Kindness. There's several workshops on how to use AI in instruction and how to safeguard against the use of generative AI for rigor. There's a series on Minecraft in education and a variety of workshops on instructional design with Canvas. These courses and workshops generated participation by 512 faculty, 248 faculty attendees in multi-session workshops, including 11 workshops tailored for specific instructional disciplines. I just very quickly also want to acknowledge the impressive work of Nausheen Pasha, professor of psychology and director of the Adjunct Academy. She could not be here this evening, but I want to highlight her work with the Adjunct Academy, which takes cohorts of part-time faculty through a year-long series of 8 workshops to help them improve their teaching and prepare them for future full-time employment. This year's Adjunct Academy employs 6 full-time faculty facilitators for 50 adjunct faculty in 3 cohorts distributed across the district. Together, these programs make our faculty better teachers and allow our students to become the people they want to and can become. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Smith. Excellent report. And Madam Chair, next, I would like to invite Staff Senator Izzy Flowers to the podium to present the Staff Senate report on behalf of Morgan Yett, who is unable to join us today. And after Ms. Flowers' report, we will then close out the Chancellor's report. Ms. Flowers.
Greetings, Madam Chancellor, Madam Chair, and members of the Board of Trustees, and all of our guests and HCC family. I'm Izzy Flowers. I serve as the President-elect for the HCC Staff Senate, and I'm here to share a few updates on behalf of President Yett. We are excited to announce a special election to fill the remaining vacant Senate seats and bring our Senate body to full strength. The nomination process is currently open. All eligible staff members, both part-time and full-time, are encouraged to put forward candidates who have the passion, dedication, and vision to lead the HCC Staff Senate. Nominations are set to close this Friday at 5 p.m. Our committees are also actively meeting and working on initiatives to support the HCC staff. The Professional Development Committee will be hosting a professional development workshop on December the 19th that will focus on financial wellness. The senators at the district office here are scheduled to host a meet and greet on Tuesday, December the 9th. This is an opportunity for the senators to engage with the staff at district and identify any areas that need support. At our next general body meeting, our general body meeting is this Friday. It'll be virtual, and Mr. Rodney Nathan and the talent engagement team will share a presentation to educate our staff on TE processes and share any pertinent updates. We are happy to have this collaboration with talent engagement and look forward to more partnerships in the future. Thank you for your time and continued support, and we wish you all a great holiday season. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Flowers. And just as a reminder, Madam Chair, members of the board, that the commencement will, of course, be on Wednesday, February the 10th, and additional information will be sent out. Thank you so very much. And that December, I'm so sorry, December the 10th for our commencement. So thank you very much. That concludes my report.
Thank
Madam
you.
Chair. Thank
And
you.
we're excited to see graduation come up, because that's what we really look forward to, is seeing those students walk across the stage and say, I did it. So thank
Absolutely.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the report. Hearing of citizens. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the application for hearing 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services Office. Time allotted to each citizen or organization shall be limited to 4 minutes. The board may stop any speaker who makes complaints against a specific trustee or employee, or comments about the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a specific employee, and may require the speaker to resume his or her comments in closed session as permitted under the personnel exception of the Open Meetings Act. The following person has signed up to appear before the board. Timothy Stapleton. Please come forward.
Just want to say thank you to the members of the board for allowing me to speak at this time. I'm here to raise a concern I have regarding about the ongoing de facto practice at HCC in which departments maintain large numbers of part-time adjunct instructors for long periods of time. I believe this practice to be unfair, and I'm entreating this board to consider changing this unofficial policy. I have been a part-time instructor at HCC since 2011. I'm currently employed as a temporary full-time instructor. However, in May of 2026, my contract will end, and I will be faced with the harsh reality of once again working as a part-time adjunct instructor. My situation is not unique. I know many who have been in this situation. One of my best friends has been an adjunct professor for about 20 years now. And so there are many part-time adjunct instructors hoping for a chance to be employed full-time or wishing for better opportunities. I'm requesting that some policies be established to prevent part-time instructors from working many years in the same status. With that being said, I'm not speaking about just any part-time instructor. Perhaps those that could be offered the opportunity may work for a period of 3 years or a specific period of time, so long as they receive positive feedback from their students, their supervisors, as well as their colleagues, or any criteria deemed to be fair in that department. I truly love HCC, the community that it fosters, the students it serves, and the faculty and staff that show up every day to help our students advance in their educational endeavors. And I believe this unfair practice of keeping instructors in part-time roles for long and often indefinite periods of time does not reflect the spirit of service and fairness that HCC espouses in its values. Again, I'm simply asking for some parameters to be put in place, possibly akin to things like tenure that already exist. For example, trades offer periods of time where one becomes a journeyman and progresses onto a senior position. And therein lies the key to my request, simply progress. In May, I will be faced with the with the prospect of regressing here at HCC as opposed to making progress. And I ask that the members of this board take actions to offer HCC instructors a chance at progressing in their careers. Again, I thank you kindly for your time today and look forward to seeing some progress being made in this endeavor. Thank you.
We appreciate concerns raised during the hearing of citizens portion of the meeting. If the matters you raised are not included on the board agenda, state law, specifically the Texas Open Meetings Act, prohibits the board from discussing or acting on these issues at this board meeting. The comments provided will be taken into consideration, and we thank you. And now we'll go to the next item, approval of the consent agenda. Trustees, are there any items to be pulled from the consent agenda to be set aside for discussion?
Madam Chair? I need to pull item 13. This came out of my committee, and it has both options underneath it, and we chose one option. So at the very least, the record needs to be clear about which option we chose. And, you know, I don't know if everybody wanted a presentation on it.
Item 13?
Yes.
Is there any items? Okay. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. We're now ready to vote on the consent agenda. Voting is now open.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 8-0.
Okay, now we will now consider item 13. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Has been moved in second. We'll now have a discussion regarding the item.
Madam Chair, may I just set it up a little bit? This was part of HB 37. We had discussed putting community members on the academic board that's doing the review every 5 years of the curriculum. What did I say? Oh, sorry, SB 37. And they came up with a really great plan. We have we have a requirement that SACS has for our accreditation that these committees be basically majority or at least run by the faculty. So we were presented two options. The first one was to have 9 for us to select, the board to select 9 non-voting members of the committee that will participate, give their input, but not vote at the end of the year so we don't risk any accreditation issues with regard to the faculty not kind of having more input in the process. The other option that we didn't, and that's the one that passed through the committee that we chose, the other option was to have 4 members, but that were voting, chosen by the board. Yes, I think that sets it up. But this is in response to SB 37, which makes it it requires the board or requires HCC to have some, or gives us the option, rather, of having some community input in these 5-year reviews of the curriculum.
And the only thing I would add is that we are proposing that the General Education Curriculum Committee is convened for its inaugural year and then subsequently every 5 years. So this is basically a 5-year review that will take place by this committee. The option 1 includes members of the college's administration's core curriculum council plus option 1, the 9 members that Trustee Reichart indicated are non-voting. Option 2 includes the college's core curriculum council plus 4 community and industry representatives that are voting. And what this does is both allow us to comply with SACS. However, option 1 does allow more members to hear from them and broadens that industry perspective. And so the board has the option of approving option 1 that the governance committee approved. You can choose option 2, and you also can advise us if you'd like us to look at another structure, which would most likely require us then to take it back and come back then through the governance committee. So with that, we'll answer any questions.
Answer any procedural questions. So from a procedural perspective, if the board is in agreement with the recommendation of the committee, we would simply vote to approve this as is, and that would move forward with option 1. If the board wants to approve option 2 instead, it would require an amendment.
And may I just say that I voted for option 1 because it gives us a lot of input, a lot of opportunity to have people that are critical to industry or the community on the board, but it doesn't dilute the vote of the actual faculty who are required to have the largest voice in this process. So that's why I chose number 1.
Question.
For the 9 members, that's not defined as to how they will be chosen in this. Okay, so we'll have to come back and work on that?
We'll recommend a process. I don't think that needs to be in the policy. I think that it can be fluid. So what we've discussed previously, and I think this was in the committee when we discussed it the first time, was if the board wants to move forward with 9 community and industry members, each board member can nominate one member, and I'll work with board services to sort of email everybody and say, can you provide the bio or the information on that person before the January meeting? And then because there will be 9 members nominated, we don't need to vote on which of them will be selected, but there will need to be a vote by the board to agree that we are appointing these individuals to this committee. And so we'll send an email with the details, but that's the process, similar to the honorary degree process.
Questions? Then we're ready to vote.
Do we need to move to do option 1?
No, it's because that's what's in front, because
Okay.
that's what's on the consent
Okay.
agenda. So if everybody wants to move forward with option 1, we simply need to vote.
So we'll just clarify the record that we are voting specifically on option 1.
Yes, that's right.
Thank you.
Melissa, would you like for me to include, I have to include option 1
Yes.
on the item?
Yes, please.
So the motion is reading proposed new policy EFAA, local instructional programs and courses, academic courses, SB 37 related, option 1. Are we ready to vote?
Ready to vote.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 8-0.
Thank you. We would like to also say thank you to all the generous donors who donated items that will support our students and our programs that we voted for approval on the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve item A, moving relocation storage services, project number RFP C25-47?
So moved.
Second. It has been moved in second. Dr. Ford Fisher will now introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is a recommendation for your consideration to authorize the Chancellor to execute a contract with Roadrunner Moving and Storage, All Points of Texas, and A-Rocket Moving and Storage, Incorporated, to provide moving, relocation, and storage services in accordance with RFP-C 25-47. With your permission, Madam Chair, Vice Chancellor McCracken is available to provide an overview and answer all questions.
Thank you, Chancellor. This is to approve a pool of 3 vendors for moving and relocation services. These are used by the facilities team as well as the campus management teams whenever we need to move items, put items in temporary storage or those types of things. This is a 1-year contract with with the option for 4 additional 1-year renewals.
Thank you. Trustees, any questions? We're ready to vote? We're ready to vote.
Aaron, that's yes for me.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 8-0.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve item B, Building Envelope Consulting Services, project number RFQ 25-42?
I'll move.
Second.
Thank you. It has been moved in second. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is a recommendation for your consideration of approval to authorize the Chancellor to execute contracts with STOA International Architects, Incorporated, Bluefin, LLC, DBA, Mantis Facility Management Solutions, and Beam Professionals to provide building envelope consulting services in accordance with RFQ 25-42. And with your permission, Madam Chair, Vice Chancellor McCracken will provide an overview and answer questions.
Thank you, Chancellor. This is for the approval of a pool of 3 vendors to provide building envelope consulting services as needed. One of these is a small business, and combined, all of them are meeting the 25% small business goal. And in total, they have 9 small business subcontractors included in their bids.
Thank you. Trustees, any questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Trustee Wilson.
I have 2 issues with this action item B. We're asking to hire a consultant to go look for problems, and we're paying them to fix problems too, and as I see it here. So, every time I go to the dentist and get my teeth cleaned, he finds another $1,000 worth of dental work I need or whatever, and I just have a problem with letting the fox watch the hen house is number 1 with that. And this is kind of an open-ended deal, and it takes away from the board our authority to look at these projects, because you state that it's some of it's for construction. Oh, where did I see that? Construction, investigative services, and the purpose here, design, build, and all kinds of things. So it is too open-ended in my mind, and it's taken away from the board to make that decision, and for that reason, I have a problem with it.
I can understand that. I would say we have more than enough to fix without looking for more things to fix. So the intent of this is not to hire somebody to go look at every building and tell us every window that needs to be caulked and every roof that needs to be replaced. But in those locations where we do have an issue where after rainstorms, when we get to southern weather changes, we always end up with leaks. And this is to help us identify the real source of that leak so that we're not just patching and painting over and over and to try to identify it.
Well, you don't need a consultant to tell you got a roof leak. I have a friend who's a developer, and he made a joke. He says, "I'm sure glad it rains because I know where my roof leaks are." I don't see why we need to be paying a consultant to do this and why we don't do it in-house with our own project management people.
Any other?
Mr. McCracken, just to clarify, this was an RFQ?
Yes.
So the consultant is evaluating the building envelopes. Are they actually doing the repairs themselves?
No, those would be separate contracts.
Thank you.
Further questions, and we're ready to vote?
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 7-1.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve item C, recommissioning and recommissioning and retro commissioning services, project number RFQ 25-43?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce, well, it has been moved in second. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. So this item is a recommendation for your consideration to authorize the Chancellor to execute contracts with Infrastructure Associates Incorporated, XPUS Services Incorporated, Affiliated Engineers Incorporated, and Terracon Consultants Incorporated to provide professional commissioning services in accordance with RFQ 25-43. And with your permission, Madam Chair, Vice Chancellor McCracken will respond to questions.
Thank you, Chancellor. This is to approve a pool of vendors who can provide commissioning and retro commissioning. So this is essentially going in and rebalancing our systems, our HVAC systems, et cetera. This is an as-needed contract. This includes 4 vendors, one of whom is a small business, all of whom are using subcontractors to also meet their small business objectives of 25%. And so that includes 5 additional small business subcontractors. This is for a 3-year contract with 2 one-year optional renewals for the pool.
Questions? Trustee Wilson.
I hope this isn't facilities that we built with the bond money. I'd hate to see admitting that we put in a bad air conditioning system. It's not balanced from the bond project in 13. Is this for everything, or are there,
this is system-wide, and it's the pool. And so essentially what we're doing with these pools is instead of when a project comes up where we need to go find somebody, we already have essentially this pool of people pre-qualified.
I understand.
Yeah.
My question is, are there issues at facilities that were built recently with the bond money?
Not that I know of.
Pardon?
Not that I know of, no.
Okay.
Can you tell me what the difference is with certified and non-certified? Some of these companies are non-certified.
From my perspective, the certified small businesses I count as the certified. The non-certified do not have the paperwork to demonstrate, and so when I'm reporting the numbers, I don't count them.
Okay,
But they are subcontractors.
right, okay. Thank
Mr.
you.
McCracken, to the, Madam Chair, for me. To the question Trustee Wilson raised, is there someone who has more concrete information about that, or is that something you can provide a report to? I think his concern was to ensure that none of these retro commissionings with the HVAC systems are tied to any buildings that we've made recent capital investments in.
Yeah.
I know you said you're not aware. Is there someone who is aware, or is that something that you can certify to the board that it does not affect any of those recent projects?
We can submit a WAB item that gives us an opportunity to go back and look through the list of projects to make sure if there are any that would fall under the recent bond issues. That way we can be sure it's a complete report.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no more questions, and we're ready to vote on item C.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 8-0.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve item D, personnel agenda, faculty?
So moved. Second.
Has been moved in second. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is a recommendation for your consideration of approval to approve full-time faculty contracts for academic year 2025-26. There's one contract that is being requested for approval. And with your permission, Madam Chair, Interim Vice Chancellor Rodney Nathan will respond to questions. Mr. Nathan.
Thank you, Chancellor. Trustees, you have for your approval one faculty contract in the area of business management, which is one of our high demand areas. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Yeah, Mr. Nathan, is this a new hire or is it a contract extension for an existing employee?
This is a new hire.
Okay. Since we're on the topic of hires, how do workers who might be incumbents with HCC typically transition from part-time or adjunct faculty to become full-time faculty?
They apply during the process when a faculty position is posted. And so from year to year, it will vary as to how long the tenure has been of an adjunct. We continue to have high percentage of employees, internal hires. So on average, over the past 5 years, we're still running 80% of the full-time faculty that we hire are our adjuncts. And 20% come from somewhere else. But 80% of the full-time faculty we hire are our adjuncts. And that their average time that they were adjuncts will vary from year to year, but on that 5-year average, they've usually been an adjunct with us for about 7 years.
Can you clarify for the board what constitutes a part-time faculty member? How many courses or how many hours does that typically comprise?
They're teaching no more than 3. No more than 3 classes a semester.
Classes.
Yeah.
So 9 hours cumulative?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And to be full-time, you would just need 1 more course.
2 more.
You have to teach 5 courses to be full-time. Oh, okay. Well, that's why I was asking the questions. You make the faculty work for real here. Okay. So much for those 4-year institutions who look down. Okay, well, that's helpful to know, I think, just from an understanding standpoint, because I think when we talk about classes, all of our courses are pretty much 3-hour courses. They're full credit course, so we don't have that incident. All right, thank you for that.
No problem.
Thank you. Any further questions? Before we vote, I just want to thank those that have separated. Thank you for their service. And those that have come on board, welcome. Now vote on the item D, personnel agenda, faculty.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 8-0.
Thank you.
I ended it with
Okay. We're going into closed session, so the next item is a closed session item. So I just want to adjourn the group and say thank you. And I also want to congratulate our graduates that will be walking on December the 10th. Thank you, and we'll see you all there at graduation. So with happy holidays to all of you. So the board will now adjourn to a closed executive session under Texas Government Code Section 551.071, 551.072, 551.074, and/or 551.076 of the Open Meetings Act as stated in the notice of this meeting. Should any final action, vote, or decision be required in the opinion of the board on any matter considered in closed session, such final action, vote, or decision shall be taken up in the open meeting or a subsequent public meeting of the board upon notice thereof. This meeting is hereby adjourned to executive session at
5:29 p.m.
Now reconvened at 7:01.
7:01 PM.
Okay. Is there a motion regarding item E?
Madam Chair. Yeah. Madam Chair, I move to affirm the level 3 decision.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I move to affirm the level 3 decision.
I'll second. Okay.
Been moved in second? That's it. Do we vote?
Yes.
Oh. Okay, we're ready to vote.
Voting has concluded. The motion fails with a vote of 4 in favor, 3 opposing, and 1 abstaining.
Are there any other motions?
Are there any other motions? Okay, then it stands.
Okay.
Then it stands.
I make a motion, yeah,
Your motion.
to remand it. That means it's going to be looked at again.
Second. So the vote is to remand. So we're now ready to vote.
Okay, give me 1 second. Just a motion to remand?
Yes.
Okay.
So the motion to remand, if I'm not in agreement, I hit against.
A motion to remand will send it back to level 3 for further review.
Ready to vote.
The motion to remand passes with a vote of 5 in favor, 2 opposing, and 1 abstaining.
Thank you. With no further business coming before the board, this meeting of the HCC Board of Trustees is hereby adjourned at
7:05 PM.
Thank you. Happy holidays. Merry Christmas. Wish everyone a safe and wonderful break, and be safe going home.